Hello everyone, welcome to a class of Adobe Premiere Pro for learning video editing. So if you're planning to learn video editing from the beginning, then you're in the right place because we'll cover in this class the basics of video editing. This is a beginner level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can join in this class. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to Adobe Premiere Pro, downloading free videos and source panel, creating new sequence and the timeline, using selection and the track selection tool, rolling and ripple edit in Premiere Pro, using the red stretch tool in Premiere Pro, using razor tool in ripple delete using slide tool and slip tool, transitions in Premiere Pro, understanding motion effects in Premiere Pro, animating with keyframes, using pen tool in Premiere Pro, masking in Premiere Pro, using the text tool, exporting and rendering in Premiere Pro. After completing this class, you will be able to understand the interface, import media, know the basic editing skills, apply video effects, use text and graphics, and export media. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class projects. What you learned, you will be able to participate in class project, so you can do practice while you're learning. You'll have supporting resource in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. So let's take a look what all class project we do have here. So the class project 1, adding text in Premiere Pro, and the class project 2 is adding transition between videos. So during learning, if you face any issues or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Adobe Premiere Pro for video editing together. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So here I'll be introducing you guys to what Adobe Premiere Pro is, how you will start on with your video editing journey, and I'll make you guys understand about the application, about the interface, how it actually looks, what does that basically mean. So in this particular first chapter, I'll be telling you guys how to start on once you are first time using this application, how to import your video, where to import, and what are different options. We'll be learning all of this in detail here in this particular class. So we are starting from the very basic, but at the end of this class, we will go to the advanced things as well. So let's start on the journey of Adobe Premiere Pro. So if you guys don't know that Adobe Premiere Pro is an application of the Adobe Creative Cloud. Okay, so this is one application which is by the Adobe. Okay, and this is basically most widely used by all the video editors to edit their video. Okay, so the first page which you all can see here on my screen, this one is basically the home page of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So as you guys can see, if you just look onto my mouse, so this is the new project, okay? So you guys just understood the basic, okay? So what is a new project? If you want to create a new set of work, okay? So that is about new project, okay? So under that, we'll be learning about timeline, we'll be learning about sequence, okay? So in one project, you can have a lot of sequence, okay? Unlimited sequence you guys can have, but a project inside a sequence, you can't have many projects, okay? So that is the difference which we'll learn later when we just go deep into that. But I'll just give you a basic idea about what it is, okay? And the next thing is open project, okay? So if you have previously worked on any project in Premiere Pro, so from here basically you guys can, if you just click on open project, okay, so it will basically take you into your PC from where you can search, okay, where have I done the work, then where I will get where I have saved my previous work, okay, you guys can do that here as well. Okay, so I'll just cancel it from here right now, and here as you guys can see, this is basically the home page, and underneath as you guys can see, I do have my recent files, okay? So the files which I have worked on before, from here, I will be able to get access to all of that over here, okay? And now if you do have any kind of new project, if you want to create a team project where you want to collab with other editors and work on a particular video, okay, you guys can do that from here, okay? And this is another thing. This from here you guys can actually open up any team project, any existing team project if you guys had any before, okay? And this one is the open Premiere Rush project, okay? If you do have any Premiere Rush project, in that case you can come here and open that particular file, okay? So now let me just try to create a new project and let me show you guys how it will actually look, how the interface looks like, and how you will start on with your video editing journey, okay? So now if I just click on new project, here you guys can see I do have different options, okay? So here you guys can see I can just set up the name of this particular project, okay? So if I just name this project as introduction, so I'll just name this one as introduction, and from here basically you guys can actually check where do you want to save your files, okay? So from here if I come, and here you guys can see it will be saved in my OneDrive, but I want to change the location, okay? So in that case what I can do is I will come here, okay? I will go to the choose location option, and from here maybe I will come down, I will go to my desktop, and I want that each and every of my file will be saved in Adobe Premiere Pro+Resource+File, okay? So I will just select this particular folder, and all the work which I do right now or this particular project, okay? So this particular project will be saved here in my desktop, okay? In my file which I have just created. So now let's try to look around this particular page over here. So this is the edit option, export option, which we'll already have once we try to create a new project, okay? So now let's come to this point over here, okay? So here as you guys can see, new bin, okay? So I'll be explaining you guys what a bin is, okay? So if you are thinking that, okay, new bin might be it's a recycle bin, okay? No, it's not a recycle bin, it's just a new folder, okay? So here you guys can see if all my media's right down here, okay? So if I just want to create a new sequence right now, I can actually create a new sequence directly from here as well, okay? So these are a few of the basic options. And now here you guys can see these are my home, okay? So from here I can actually or directly I can just upload my videos, okay? Whatever videos I do have. But again, I will just come here in the sample media. So here you guys can see these are few of the sample media which you guys can also use once you're working on this video editing, okay? So here if you want to start this thing up, like if you want to put it in your favorites, you guys can do it in your favorites, okay? If you just don't want to see it in a grid view, you guys can actually get it in a list view as well, okay? So from here, as you guys can see, I do have all of these things over here. But in a list view, there is option from where you guys will be able to see the frame size, the frame rate, okay? So I'll be telling you guys about the frame rate, frame size, what it is, okay? So I'll be explaining you guys all of that here in detail. Just giving you guys a preview right now. And if you do have any videos which you have worked before and now you want to search that particular video, in that case, there is a search bar over here from which you guys can actually come and just search those things out, okay? And if you just want to filter things out, okay, you guys can filter those things out. Here you guys can see the subcategories, okay? So from the subcategories, you guys can actually get those particular videos or those particular audios and also the images as well, okay? So I hope you guys just got a basic idea about what Premiere Pro is, at least basically about this page. I'm not telling not the whole Premiere Pro, we're just starting on with that, okay? So now I will just create a new project. So I will just click on create over here and it will just give me my workspace on where I will be working on. So here you guys can see I already do have a workspace. And you guys might be thinking, okay, it looks quite scary. Okay, so it might look a bit scary right now, but once we start decoding each and everything here in this particular class, that time you won't feel the same. I promise you that you guys won't feel the same, that it is quite problematic, or how I'll understand all of this. There are so many things here in this particular screen over here. Okay, so in that case, what I'll do is I will come here and I can also set up my own workspace. Okay, so let me tell you guys can always set up your own workspace over here. Okay, so see, in my workspace, okay, once I come to my windows, I need to go to my workspaces, and from my workspaces, I can actually see all my panels over here. Okay, so this is the one where I can see all the panels. And if I come to my windows again, okay, so from here, if I do come to my workspace, okay, so if I just go to editing, here you guys will be able to see that I do have this editing one over here. Okay, so now if I just go to effects control, I can go to that. And here, if I come to my source one, I can come and just move this thing around here as well. Okay, so here you guys can also set up your own things right around here. Okay, you guys can actually, if you want any new tools or anything as such, okay, in that case, you guys can also come to the windows, and underneath you guys can see I do have a lot of things ticked mark, and so many different things which are not tick marked here as well. Okay, so in that case, I can actually tick mark those things whatever I need. Okay, suppose if I'm working on audio, okay, now I do have finished working on my video. Now I wanna only work with my audio. In that case, what I'm going to do is I do have a different workspace only to work with my audio. Okay, that is quite cool about Premiere Pro. So for that, I will go to my windows, I'll go to workspaces, and I will come to the audio. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have my audio workspace right here, where it's quite easy for me to work on the audio over here. You guys can see if I do just put up an audio just right here, you guys will be able to see that I am able to work on my audio quite easily. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of these things. Okay, so I'm just giving you guys an example. So I'll just go to the editing panel again. Okay, so this was all about the workspaces. Okay, different workspaces for your different needs. So I will start on with the editing one. Okay, but let me just tell you guys a brief about what this whole interface is about. Okay, so you guys need to get familiar with the interface. Okay, so here on the left hand side corner, as you guys can see, this is mainly called the source panel. Okay, so what do you mean by source panel? Okay, so once you import a video, okay, so once you import a video, here you will be able to view the video before bringing it to the timeline or getting a look over here. Okay, so this is the source panel, and here from here basically you guys will be able to import the media, and this is the toolbar. Okay, so if you guys are familiar with any other software which is by Adobe, like Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop, okay, if you're familiar with all of that, you guys might think, okay, all those things have a lot of toolbars or a lot of tools in that. Okay, their toolbar is quite big, but here the Premiere Pro just offer a few tools. Okay, let me tell you that you don't need a lot of tools to do a great video editing in this case. Okay, so you guys need just minimal tools to work on with your video, but there are different other features which is there in this particular application. Okay, so here is the timeline. So here you guys can see till now I don't have any sequence. Okay, so if I want to put up any sequence, I can actually put up some video. Okay, before that I need to import my media. And so yeah, I hope you guys are actually understanding right now that what all panels do I have here. Okay, so these are 4 basic panels. Okay, and this is the toolbar, obviously. Okay, so here in this introductory class, okay, what I will be more focusing on is about the project window. Okay, so basically this is the project window from where you can import your media. So there are different ways of how you can actually import your media. So the one basic way is if you just double click here, it will just take you to your particular file over here. Okay, it will just take you into your system. So from there, if you do have any resource file, so from here you guys can actually get access to that. And if I just want to put this particular video into my import panel, what I'll do is I'll just select that particular file and I can just click here and it will be imported in my media. Okay, so as you guys can see, that is one way of how you can basically import. Okay, so you guys are thinking that, okay, then what is the other way? So let me tell you guys about the other way as well. So you can basically drag and drop here as well. Okay, so you guys can drag and drop. So how to do that? So if you just have this thing, or if you just come to your system directly, I will just minimize this one a little bit, go to my desktop, and after that, I will go to my resource file over here, go to the videos, which I do have here. Okay, I will just put this thing right around here. And now what I can do is I will just use my mouse to hold this one and I can just drag this one here in this particular panel. Okay, so as you guys can see, once I'm over here on my toolbar, okay, so I am not able to put this thing here. Okay, so as you guys can see, there is a red mark over there. But what if I come over here? You guys can see I do have an option for copy. And make sure that you guys don't directly put it in the timeline. Okay, make sure to do that because it will directly create a sequence for you if you do such. Okay, so here as you guys can see now, I do have here it in my media. So these are the two basic ways of how you can actually work on with this video. Okay, so here you guys can actually import your videos if you do have audio. Okay, you guys can also work on with audio. Okay, so now there are basically three ways how you can actually view your work. Okay, so the first thing is you can actually view it in a grid way. Okay, so this is in a grid view. Okay, and another way is if you just want to have a list view over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have a list view over here. So you guys can see the name of this video and here you guys can actually see. And as you guys can see, I also do have the frame rates over here. Okay, so let me tell you guys about what frame rate basically is. Okay, suppose you do have a video of 10 seconds. Okay, so each second counts for 30 frames per second. Okay, so video is basically a continuous sequence of pictures which are being displayed in such a way that it is just pleasing to your eyes, that it's kind of moving. But when you are using a camera or any device to capture your video, in that case, what it actually does, it takes pictures in a second, like 30 pictures in a second. So 25 pictures in a second. So that what is frames per second mean. Okay, so basically the standard is 24 or 25, sometimes it's 30. Okay, for me, I like to work with 25 frames per second videos. Okay, and if you ask me, okay, I do understand that, but can I change it? Okay, yes, obviously you can change that, and it totally depends on your camera, but here you guys can change that one as well, which we'll be learning later in our class. Okay, so there we'll be learning how you can actually work on with all of this over here. Okay, so in this particular grid view or in this particular list view, what are the uses? Okay, so from here basically you guys are able to see the information about the particular video. Okay, so information about particular video, here you guys can see the frame rate is 25 frames per second. Okay, so this is the normal rate and this one is 30 frames per second. And now if I just come here on this side, okay, so this one is a 38 seconds video and this one is a 9 seconds and 10 frames video. Okay, so this ones are basically frame. Okay, so this is the media duration, as you guys can see. And if I just come here, okay, so here you guys can see a lot of information about this. Okay, so as you guys can see, but I'll directly come here. Okay, so those are not that useful, but I'll come here to this particular thing. Okay, so here you guys can see the resolution of this particular video. So it is 4096 into 2160. Okay, so this is the screen resolution of that particular video. Okay, so basically these are the screen rate. Okay, so the width is 4096 pixels, and the height is 4096 pixels, and the width is 2160 pixels over here. And the same goes with this one. It's 3840 into 2160. This is the screen rate. Okay, so now if I just come back over here, okay, you guys can see a description, okay, the status. Okay, so you guys can actually check all of this over here. Okay, so now this is about the list view. Okay, if you do have a lot of video in this one, and now you want to search, okay, where is this particular video? In that case, you guys can actually search the name of that particular video. And what you can also do is you guys can come here and you guys can double click this one. And once you double click here, this is basically the source panel from where you guys will be able to view this particular video of what this is. And now if I just come down, if I double click on this one, here you guys will be able to see, okay, this particular video I will be working on. And about this whole panel, I'll be talking about in the next class. Okay, so I'm just making you guys understand about this project panel over here. So these are another freeform view. Okay, so this is the freeform view over here. Okay, so here you guys can see the frames and also the format. Okay, so now these videos are in MP4 format over here. Okay, and sometimes what you want to do is you are not able to see properly. Okay, in this grid view, if I want to zoom in or adjust the size of the icons, in that case, as you guys can see, I can just increase or decrease the size of the icons over here. So here, these are few of the advanced features which we'll talk in the later stages of the class. Okay, and here is also you guys can basically find. And from here, if you want to add a new item, suppose you want to add a new sequence, okay, so you guys can actually add all these things. Like if you want to add an adjustment layer, okay, you guys can do all of this over here. And this is the option for the new bin, okay. So let me tell you guys, this is not the recycle bin you must be thinking about, okay. So bin is basically a file, okay. So if I just click here and if I just want to name this one, okay, so suppose I will name this one as videos, okay, and I will just click on enter over here. And now I do have this particular video file over here. So just to make my workspace look better, okay, what I can do is I can just take this particular video and I can drag and drop here in this particular file. Okay, so I will just drag and drop here in this particular file over here. Okay, so this is the work of the videos bin. So if I just click on this one, underneath this file or inside this file, I do have both of this video which I can work on with. Okay, so this is about new bin over here. Okay, so the same way goes with the audio. If I just double click from here, okay, it will take me to my system. Okay, and now I will just go to the desktop. From here, go to my resource file. Okay, and I'll just go to the audios over here. And now if I want to place any audio, I can actually select more than one audios if I just click on control. And now if I just open this file here, you guys can see I do have all these 3 files over here. So now if I want to create a new bin, and now I will just name this one as audio. And I will just click on enter and this one is being created. What I can do is I will just take all these 3 and now I can just put this thing over here. I can just drag and drop it in my audio file. Okay, the same way I'll select here. I'll put it here in my audio. And again, I will just keep this one and keep this thing here in my audio as well. So well, this was about how you can actually create a new bin. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this new bin over here. Okay, so now let me also tell you another thing. Now, once you're here in the icon view, okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have my 2 videos over here, and here you guys can see I do have 3 items. So now if I just click on this one, here you guys can't see that, okay, I am in this particular file. But here, I don't know, like, I am not able to see it properly. Or I don't know at which file I am right now. So take a look over here. Now it's showing me that now I am under my videos. Okay, so now if you just want to go back to your project panel again, so you just need to come here and click on this one. Okay, so again you guys can see you're back over here. Now if I just open my audio, here you guys can see I am in a new bin. Okay, and here I am in this audio file. And again, if I want to go back, then I will click on this one, and again I am back at the same place. Okay, so here are different options, the libraries, the informations, and you can add a lot of more here as well. If you want to view anything over here, suppose if you want to close this panel down, you guys can directly close this panel down over here. And suppose you want to have or just get a glimpse of the information. Okay, so just select this particular video, go to the info panel, and here you guys can see you do have the informations here as well. Okay, so these are some of the basic informations which you guys can get, and these are the effects. Okay, if I just want to close this panel, I can close this panel down. Okay, so I'll just directly come here. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in our upcoming classes, how we will start working, and about these effects, transitions. We'll be learning about all of this in detail. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, and here I'll be showing you guys from where you guys will be able to download some free videos, and also I'll be explaining you guys in detail about the source panel which is available in the Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so I'll be explaining you guys about all of this in detail here in this particular class. What's a mark in, what's mark out, how you can export your video to your timeline. Okay, but I won't be explaining in detail about time limit. I do have a different class for timeline as well. Okay, so we'll be learning about the source panel in detail here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started with this chapter of downloading free videos and the source panel. So here, as you guys can see, I am basically back here again at the same project, okay, which I was working on in my last. Okay, so first of all, I'll be showing you guys that from where you guys can actually get access to all these free sample videos which you guys can work on, and you won't have any problem. Like if you do have a YouTube channel, or if you want to use it for your commercial use, in that case, how you can actually work with all those things out, and you will be able to download those free. Okay, so let me just go to the Chrome from here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is a website called the Pixabay. Okay, so from this particular website, you guys will be able to search for videos. Okay, as you guys can see, if I do come to my videos over here, you guys can see I do have some 4K videos right around here, and here also I do have those videos out here. And basically, if I do search for some flower, okay, so let me just search flower over here, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have different videos for my flower. And now if I just want to delete, or I just want to download this one, okay, in that case, here you guys can see first I will basically get a preview of what this video is all about. Okay, so here you guys can see this one doesn't have any audio. So this is the preview. From here you guys will be able to get the preview, and here if you want to see the details of this one, you guys will be able to see the details of this particular thing as well. Okay, so the frame size or the resolution is around 1920 into 1080p. Okay, over here, and it's an MP4 video. Okay, you guys can see the downloads, over here. Okay, so if I just want to download, okay, I can just click here on this download part and I can download it. And basically make sure that you guys check the content license, okay? So if you just click on the content license here, you guys can see you guys will be able to use this content for free, okay? So you don't have to give any attribute to the author in that case, okay? Or you can just modify or adapt content into new works. And what all you won't be able to do is you won't be able to sell or distribute this content in a digital or a physical form, okay? In that case, you won't be able to sell this particular video to anyone. And here you guys, if it contains any recognizable trademarks, logos, or brand, you can use that for your content for any kind of commercial goods related to your goods and or your services, okay? And you cannot actually use this content for a misleading or in a deceptive way. So basically, just to practice things out, or if you want to use these things for your YouTube channel, you guys will be able to use this for your YouTube channel as well. Okay, so this is about Pixabay, and we do have different other websites. So here, this is the Pixels website. So from here also, if I just come here, and from here I do have the videos panel. If I just come here and just click over here, here you guys can see I do have different videos over here as well. And if you want to download, you guys can actually download what type of quality of video you want to use. Okay, if you want to download a HD one, okay, you guys can download a HD one over here. Okay, you guys can see the frame rate. And if you want to download the full HD, I can just click here on download. And here you guys can see it's getting downloaded over here. Okay, so another website which I will be talking with you guys about is the Videoable website. So from here also you guys can see I can actually get these videos from where I can download. Okay, so this is a video from FreePic. Okay, so this one you can actually use on your YouTube. Okay, so here you guys can see if you are using, or if you are using it for a commercial purpose or a editorial purpose. In that case, what you need to do is you need to give credit to the video provider. Okay, so in that case, you guys need to do that. But if you do have a royalty, like if you are a paid member of this particular site, in that case, you will not need to mention the you don't need to mention or give any video attribute in that case. So I will just download this thing from here. As you guys can see, this one also is getting downloaded. So these are a few of the websites, okay? So if you want to download any audios as well, okay? So you guys can come here in the music, and there are different type of music as well, okay? So there are different categories, okay? So for children, classic one, okay? If you are searching for the country music, you guys can get some country musics as well, okay? So these are different musics. So from here, you guys can just play these things out and you guys can listen. As you guys can see, I have just played this particular things out. And here you guys can also see what bits per minute is, okay? So in this particular audio, okay? So here in this particular audio, they do have 128 bits per minute. In this one, if you want to download, you can just click over here, and if you, as this one is premium one, okay, so I can just click on I don't want to download this one. Here also you guys will be able to get some free ones, okay? So you guys can basically segregate those things out over here, okay? So these are a few of the things that actually you guys can see over here. So this one is the paid one, and if you want to download this free things, you guys can actually download from here as well. Okay, so I'll just take MP3 version, and now I will download this one over here. So these are a few of the things, or a few of the website which you guys can look around to work on your video. Okay, so from here you guys can get some sample videos, and also you can get some sample audios according to your need. Okay, so let me come here again to my Premiere Pro. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this over here. But now what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new project. Okay, so to create a new project, you guys need to go to the file option, and from the file option you guys need to click on new. Okay, so make sure that you come here and click on new, and from new you guys click on project. Okay, so the shortcut key for that is Ctrl plus Alt plus N from your keyboard. Okay, but if you're using a Mac, in that case you need to make sure that you click on Command plus Option plus N from your keyboard. So here, as you guys can see now, I am trying to create a new project over here. Okay, so I will just name this project as project window. Okay, so I will just name this one as the project window over here. And now what I'm going to do is I will just click on create. Okay, and now as you guys can see, I do have a new project up over here. And the way I will import my media is I will just go to my downloads over here, and as I do have this video right now, okay, I can just import this video from here. Otherwise, I do have some previously downloaded one which I have already shown you in the last class. So for that, I will go to the videos, and from here let me just take this particular video and this one here as well. So for that, I just need to click on Control from my keyboard, then I can select more than one. Okay, but if you just click on shift, suppose I want to import all of this, I'll click over to this one, and now I'll just click on shift, and here all of these four are being selected. So now I will just open all these four, and here you guys can see I do have it here in my import panel, or here in my project panel. So now what I will be doing is I will be explaining you guys about this particular source panel. Okay, or you guys can also call it the source window. Suppose if I just double click over here, you guys can see I am able to get a preview of this video. So if I just hover my mouse around over to this video, I can just get a small preview over here. And let's understand the basic. Okay, so let's try to understand the basic of this source panel. Okay, so source panel is basically the video which you are going to import over here, or you want to see what video you have just selected. So the main thing over here is, as you guys can see, this one is the play window. Okay, so this is the play window over here. If I just want to start this thing from the beginning, so this is basically the video which I do have here. So this is the play and the pause one, and otherwise you can also do is you can just use the shift key from your keyboard. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have my shift key over here which I can use to pause, or I can just play the video again. So this is about the shift key over here. Okay, so the main thing, or the mostly why it is being used is, suppose you do have a video of somewhat around 30 seconds, okay, but you don't want 30 seconds of that video in your video. Okay, so in that case you just want 5 seconds out of this 30 seconds. As you guys can see, this one is of 17 seconds, but I just want my video from here, it will start, and when it will just come to this point over here, I want my video to pause, okay, which is around 10 seconds. Okay, so maybe till this much I just want my video. Okay, in that case what I will be able to do is, as you guys can see, I do have a few things right over here. So from here these are few of the icons. Okay, so this is the mark out option over here which I will be using, and this one is like go in shift. Okay, so I can just go back from here, and now from here if I want to go step by step or like frame to frame forward, in that case you guys can see I can just use this one, and if I want to go back I can just go back using this button over here. Okay, so now as I was telling you guys that I just want to use only a particular part of the video. Okay, in that case what I need to do is, as you guys can see, I do have this thing over here. Okay, so now what I can do right around here is I will just play this thing up, and now once it comes to 10 seconds, I can just mark out. Okay, suppose I just want this thing till this much, and now here you guys can see I have just marked this thing out over here. Okay, so now if I just wanna lengthen this one, okay, now it is again the same. Okay, but here I will just play, maybe I'll take this much. Okay, I will just bring this somewhere around 10 seconds. And what I can do is I can just click on this mark out option. So what it will do is it will only take this part of the video for me to use in my panel. Okay, so for that, now as this video doesn't have any audio, in that case, suppose if I did have a video which have audio as well, in that case I can only, if I want to take both of this, like the video and the audio, I can just come here and I can just drag and drop this one over here. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this video is now only of 10 seconds and 30 frames. Okay, so now if I just come here and I'll just delete this one again. Okay, so now if I only want to take the video, what I can do is I can just click here. Okay, I need to make sure that I click on this icon. As you guys can see, my mouse is over that one. So I will just bring this one and I will just place it around in my video over here. Okay, so I will just put only this video, but if I do have any audio, in that case, what I'll be able to do is I will only click on this one, and once I am done trimming over here, or I have just marked in or marked out this thing, what I'll do is I will just click over here and I'll just drag this thing and drop it here in this particular panel. Okay, so this particular thing you guys will understand better if I do have a video with an audio. Okay, so for that I will import a video, okay, which I have downloaded. So I do have this particular video, and now I will open this particular file and I will have that particular file here in my panel. Okay, so let me just play this thing out. As you guys can see, I do have an audio here as well. Okay, so here this is the audio meter, as you guys can see here. Okay, so once I play this one here, you guys will be able to see that I do have my audio meter here as well. Okay, so now what I can do is I will just mark in the points and I'll mark out. So I will just click on shift over here, and suppose I only want 5 seconds or around 10 seconds of this video. Okay, so I will just pause this here over here, and now I will just mark this thing in. And suppose if I just only want to take the audio of this thing, I will just drag and I'll drop this one over here. Okay, and here you guys can see I only do have my audio in my timeline. Okay, so here as you guys can see, once I play, I can only hear my audio, so I don't have any video over here. So I will just delete this thing again, and now if I just click over here and if I just bring this, I do have my audio and the video both. Okay, so I will just cancel this one, and now I will just delete this over here as well. Okay, so I have just deleted this thing over here again. Now what I want to do is I just want to take the video. In that case, I have already told you, you just need to drag this one and just bring this here in your video panels. So I only do have this thing. Okay, so as you guys can see, this clip does not match the sequence setting. If I want to change the sequence to match the clip setting, do we want to keep the existing settings, or if I want to change sequence settings, I can basically change the sequence setting from here. Okay, so we'll be learning in detail about sequencing. Okay, I'll be telling you guys that in detail. So this one is basically the resolution. At what resolution am I looking at my playback? So here I don't use the full resolution, as once you're video editing, okay, you do have it's about RAM. Okay, like if your system is not that advanced, in that case it will just lag sometimes. Okay, so it will just create some problems. So if I just want to view this one, okay, so from here I can just take 1/4 of the resolution. Okay, so it will just put less pressure on my PC. So I hope you guys have understood this mark out point. Okay, and this one is if I just want to go in that case, I can just go in. And here, if I just want to come here back, okay, so this is in point and the out point. So I can just come here. If I just want to trim this thing down, I can actually trim this thing down from here as well, as you guys can see on my cursor. Okay, so if you just want to go frame by frame, you guys can actually go frame by frame. And here you guys can see now this one is in perfect 10 seconds. Okay, so now if I just come here and if I just delete this one and just want to export this perfect 10 seconds, so I'll just bring and drop this one over here. Okay, so I will just drop this thing over here, and now this one have that thing applied. So now if I want to insert any video, in that case what I can do is, and what it basically does is, suppose I do have another video over here. Okay, suppose I will click on this one and I will also put this video here in my timeline. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have 2 videos over here. So now suppose I want to put another video or anything as such. So for that I will come here. Okay, I will select this particular layer or this particular video. So I will just double click. Now I do have this thing here in my panel. So I will just take this one. Okay, and I will try to get this particular video. So I will just bring this thing right around here in 2 seconds, and I will just take this one, and now I want to insert this particular video in between. So for that what I'll do is I will just click on this insert option. So here you guys can see I do have my audio as well as the video inserted over here. Okay, so now if you don't want to have any audio to this inserted video, in that case what you're gonna do is I will just delete this for now. And again, what I will be able to do is, suppose if I just come here and now I will just mute or just log this audio track over here. So I have logged this one, and now if I just click on this insert option, here you guys can see I only do have my video available. I don't have my audio over here. Okay, so this is one way of how we can actually work on over here. Okay, if I just want to move this thing up. Okay, so we'll be learning about the timeline, how you can work on your timeline over here in detail. Okay, we'll be learning about that. But before that, I am trying to make some smalls or just give you guys the basics. So here you guys can see another option. Okay, so if I just click in here, you guys can see I do have the mark in option as well. Okay, so if I just come here, okay, and I will just bring this thing again right over here. If I just want to move this thing, I can just move this using my mouse. Okay, so now if I want to edit this particular panel, I can also edit my video editor panel. So this one is the mark in option. Okay, so if I just want to reset my layout, I can actually reset my layout. Or if I want to bring this thing, I can just bring this thing right around here as well. Okay, so this is the mark in option. So if I just want to put the mark in option over here, I can do that. And here you guys can see difference go in. Okay, so this is step back. Okay, so if you want to put up any marker, okay, so I can just reset this one. And if I want to put this marker over here in my timeline, I can basically put the marker here in my timeline as well. Okay, so now if I want to reset this one, I will just click on reset my timeline. So there are different options. If I want to export frame, suppose I want to take a screenshot of that particular frame, I can also do that over from here. Okay, so I have actually maintained my particular space according to myself. Okay, according to my usage. So once I'm done, I can just click on OK over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this thing right around here. If I want to change this mark in option, I can just come in and I can just import this particular file. So this plus option over here will provide me with all of these things right around here. Okay, and now if I again come here and if I want to override, okay, so I can also override these things from here. Okay, so if I want to export this particular frame, what I can do is I can just click on export frame. And once you have selected this particular frame, if you want it in your project, okay, directly. So from here, you guys can actually get this thing into your project. Otherwise, as you guys can see, it will be saved over here. You guys can also select where it will be saved. So suppose if I just come around here, okay, I want it to get saved here in my resource file. So I'll just select this particular folder, and now whatever screenshot do I take, it will be actually saved over here. So I can actually choose the format. What format do I need? So maybe I will just take a PNG, and I will just click on OK, and it is being saved, and it is being also imported here in my project as well. Okay, so here I do have all these things. So now what I can also do is I can just select all of these things from here. And now if I just create a new bin, okay, I will just name this one as 1. Okay, and now I can just put all of this video inside this one. Okay, so I can just put all these videos right down here. Okay, I can just drag this one, and I'll just drag this one over here. So now I do have all these videos inside this one. If I just want to get a list view, I have already told you. And this one is now a sequence, okay? So for sequences, you guys will have this kind of icon underneath your video. That means we need to understand that that is not only a video. That is a sequence, okay? So now I will again import some of the medias over here. Okay, so for that again, I'll just come to this window, and now I will create a new bin. Okay, so to this new bin over here, okay, if I just want to close this panel down, I can just close this panel down. Here in my audio panel, as you guys can see, I do have these 3 audios already here. Okay, so if I just come to this project window, I do have this option. So what I can do is I can just double click over here, and as you guys can see, here I do have my audio which is being played. Okay, so I just want to take, okay, I just want to take around 20 seconds. Okay, so for that again, what I can do is I will just come here, and I can just click on this one over here, and I can just place mark in, and after that I will just move this playhead around, and as I was telling, like 20 seconds, okay, 19 frames, not a big deal, and I'll just click here back out. And I just only want the audio, so I will just drag and drop the audio somewhat over here, okay? And as this one is locked, I can just unlock this thing, and I can just put this thing over here. So now let's see the video which I do have over here. Okay, so this is the video which I have just put up here in my timeline. Okay, if I want to trim these things down, I can also trim this thing down a little bit from here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I can just trim that down. And if I just click on shift, okay, it will just go there directly. Okay, so there is a ripple effect. Okay, so I will just come over here. And this is the first and the simple video edit which I have just did and showed you guys about the project panel in detail. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class of how from where you guys can actually download free videos, okay, free musics, and also I have shown you guys in detail about this source window. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood. See you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, and here I'll be showing you how you can actually create a new sequence, and I'll also be explaining you guys about the timeline, okay, like how you can actually work on the timeline and different things about the timeline as well. Creating new sequence also have different ways of how you can create a new sequence. I'll be telling you guys about all of that in detail here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's learn how you can create a new sequence and about the timeline as well. So here, as you guys can see, I am here in the home page of the Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so from now here, I will be creating up a new project. Okay, and I will name this one as new sequence. Okay, so I'll be naming this particular file as the new sequence. And now I will just click on create over here, and it will just create me a workspace on my PC. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have a particular workspace, and I have already shown you guys how you can basically import your media. Okay, so if I double click, I do have a lot of videos out here. Okay, so for me, what I'll do is I'll just click on this one and I'll open, and here you guys can see I do have this particular video over here. Okay, so there are basically two ways of how we can actually create a new sequence. Okay, first one is if you just go to file, go to new, and from here you guys can click on sequence, and it will just give you the settings of sequence over here. Okay, and the shortcut key to create a sequence in Premiere Pro is Ctrl+N or Command+N if you're using a Mac. Okay, so this is one way of how we can create that. And another one is you guys can come here, as you guys can see in this project window. If I just come down, I do have different options. Okay, so this just beside the new bin option, I do have the option for the new item. Okay, so I just need to click here on the new item, and from here as well I can just create a new sequence. Okay, so till now I don't have any sequence. Okay, as you guys can basically see, I do have a timeline over here, but here you guys can also see there is no sequence. Okay, so let me tell you guys that in one project you guys can create multiple sequences. Okay, suppose you are creating something. Okay, like you are creating a series or something like that, or you're making any kind of things where you have just divided those in parts, like part 1, part 2, part 3, kind of like that. In that case, you guys can basically use this sequence to get a good preview of your work. Okay, so I will just try to create a new sequence, and I'll show you guys what are the options that are available in the new sequence. Okay, so first thing I am going to do is I am going to click here, okay, on this sequence option. And once I have clicked on this particular sequence options, here you guys can see I do have different presets of sequences. Okay, so those are basically sizes. Okay, so these are basically different sizes for different cameras. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if you do have a Canon high grade, okay, so here you guys can see Canon XF MPG G2, okay, and a lot many more. If you just come down, you guys will be able to see that I do have a lot of it over here. Okay, so suppose if I do just choose this one, okay, I can just select this one from here, and over here I can just come down and I can take any sequence which I want. Okay, and if I just come here to my settings down over here, okay, I also do have different options right around here as well. Okay, so here in the editing mode, what I can do is I can just select from here which type of camera would I like to choose. Okay, and if I just want to custom these things down, I can just custom these things down here as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if I just custom these things down, I can do that. So for that, now I will come here, okay, in the time base. So I can choose how many frames per second do I want. Okay, so let me take 25 frames per second, or what I'll do is I will just come here. Okay, I will just cancel this thing out. And what I'll do is I will just give this one a list view. Okay, so here in the list view, as you guys can see, the frame rate of this particular video is 29.97 frames per second. So according to that only, I will try to create by frame. Okay, so I will just go to sequence again, go to settings, and from here, I do have the option for 29.97 frames per second. Okay, so I have selected this one, and make sure that you guys choose the aspect ratio in square pixels. Okay, in most of the cases, I do use that. So here you guys can also see the display format. Okay, so you guys can take this defaulted one like drop frame code. Otherwise, you guys can just take the frames over here. Okay, so the sample rate, if you do have an audio for that, okay, you guys can actually check what is the audio rate which you guys want to use. Okay, and here video previews. In the video previews, you can also see the file format. Okay, so this is basically the file format over here. Okay, there is the width and the height right here. Okay, so if I just want to save this particular preset, I can actually save this particular preset over here. Okay, so if I come to tracks, here you guys can also see, basically for tracks, I will have 3 video tracks and 3 audio tracks here as well. So from here, if I want to add little more, if you think that, okay, I do have more, I just need more tracks, so directly from here, you guys can actually select more number of tracks over here. Okay, and this is the via video. So this one is kind of an advanced thing. Okay, so via video we will learn maybe later in some advanced tutorial. Okay, so let me come here in this tracks, this settings. Okay, everything looks good to go, and now I can actually create one sequence, and I can just name this sequence. Okay, so maybe I will name this sequence as 1. Okay, and I can just click on OK, and it will just create me a new sequence. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have just created a new sequence over here. Let me get a grid view around here. Okay, so how you will differentiate between which one is a sequence and which one is not. Okay, so make sure that every time once you look around, you need to make sure that this icon is there. Okay, so if this icon is present over there, then you need to make sure that that one is a sequence but not an video itself. Okay, so this one is a sequence right now, and what I can do is now I can basically import my media over here. Okay, so I want to import my media. So right now, if I just come here, if I click, if I want to change the sequence settings, I can actually change the sequence settings over here. Okay, so I'll just cancel this thing up. Okay, so let me just take this video and I can just put up this video right around here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, once I am trying to put this thing here on my timeline, they're just giving me a warning pop-up. Okay, so it says that this clip does not match the sequence settings. Okay, do I want to change the setting to match the clip settings? Okay, so that means that the sequence which I have created just now, that doesn't match the sequence which I do already have in the video. So they're asking me, do I want to change it or do I just want to keep the existing settings? And make sure that you tick mark, always just mark this box. Okay, then it will always show you this particular thing over here. So if I just want to change sequence settings, so you guys can see now the settings of my page is changed. Now if I just come here and if I go to my sequence settings, here you guys can see a lot of things have changed over here, which is the frame size have changed here. Okay, which is now 1280 into 720. Okay, and everything else is kind of looking the same. Okay, but the frame size have changed over here because I have give those particular instruction. So I'll just cancel over here. And now here, if I want to, so now here in the timeline, as you guys can see, okay, I can basically zoom in. Okay, so for that, I just need to click on Control and plus over here on my keyboard. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular keyboard over here. Okay, so if I just click on Control plus, here you guys can see I am able to increase the size around here. Okay, the size of my thumbnail. And if I just click on Control minus, okay, I can actually get back down over here. Okay, and if I just click plus on my keyboard, here you guys can see it is just showing me the whole video over here. Okay, it is just increasing the size. And the same way, if I just click on minus from the keyboard, here you guys can see it is just decreasing the size of this particular clip over here. Okay, so I will just place this particular key around here, And there is another way if I just want to increase the size of my thumbnail. Okay, so here you guys can see once I increase the size of my thumbnail over here, you guys can able to see that I do have this particular video. Okay, so it's just showing me the starting of this particular video over here. So this is the starting of the frame. Actually, I will be able to understand. But for me, what I do is I don't actually make this one quite big. Okay, so let me just increase the size that you guys can see actually this particular timeline frame properly. Okay, so this is one way of how we can do it. And let me make you guys understand about these options right over here. Okay, so always make sure that when you are on your timeline working, okay, so that time make sure that you just on this particular thing, okay, snap in timeline option. So for that, what will happen is, suppose I do have a different video with this one which I'm going to place. So let me just take this video, let me open this thing up, and now what I want to do is I just want to I will just come here again. Okay, I'll just decrease the size, and now what I will do is I will just import this video over here. Okay, so I will just import this particular video over here, and what I can do is, suppose I will just take this kind of over here. So once I do have my snap on over here, now once I am trying to move this thing up, here you guys can see it is snappy to this other frame over here. But if I just on this thing up, sometimes what I can do is, if I don't have this on, if I try to keep this thing over here, it won't snap the way it was doing before. Okay, as you guys can see the difference. So what will happen here is, suppose I am just playing my video right around here, and there might be a little gap. Okay, so you guys will be able to see that there is a chance of me doing the same mistake again. Okay, so here you guys can see there is a small gap around here. If I just bring my play head over here, there is a small gap which is just giving me a blank screen. Okay, so this one is giving me a blank screen over here. So I need to make sure that I just own this particular snap, and I will just keep this thing properly over here, and now it will snap, and you guys can see now this thing is quite perfect. So now what again I'll do is I will just delete this particular frame, and if you guys just zoom in, and if you guys try to see over on my screen, okay, once I have imported this particular video, I do have a white mark over here. Okay, there is a white mark in the corner and in my audio here as well. Okay, so now if I come here, okay, if I come to this one, and now if I double click, and if I get my particular video here in this particular frame, and now what I'll do is I will just play this thing up, and suppose I just want to use this frame for 5 seconds over here, I will just mark this thing out. So in this case, now if I just import this whole video over here, I won't have this particular mark over here. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just drag and drop this one over here, and now you guys can see I don't have this one here in the ending. Okay, because I have started this video from here, but I didn't in this video where it was supposed to end. Okay, so that's the case basically over here. Okay, so let me just give you guys an example here as well. Suppose if I just come here, if I just select this move out, okay, so maybe let me bring this one over here. Okay, let me place this, and now I will come here, okay, and I will select mark in option, and now I will just bring this thing right around here, okay, or I will just play this thing up from here, and now I'll just give this thing a pause, and now I will just mark up. So I do have this particular frame over here, and now once I bring my particular frame here, you guys can't see this white line. So we just need to understand that this particular frame is full, okay, they do have the total footage, but here I don't have the total footage out here, okay. So we just need to make sure that we understand that one, okay. So let me just delete this thing again over here, okay. And now I will just go back here again. And if I just want to go back, I can just go back here as well. Okay, so if I just want to decrease it, I can just decrease it here as well. And suppose I do have anything in my screen, okay, and now I want to work on that particular thing or in a particular part, okay. So for that, if I just want to add a marker, so I need to make sure that I do have my playhead in that particular place. And in that particular place, what I can do is I can just click here and I can just add a marker over here, okay. So I can just see where I need to work in my footage, okay. So I can just come here and I can check this marker over here, okay. And what I can do is also I can just click on this particular marker, okay. So if I just need to click on any particular marker, I can just click on that particular marker here as well. So this was about this particular place about marker over here. And now this is the timeline, the settings, okay. So as I was telling that if I just try to increase the size from here, you guys can see I can increase the size from here, okay, in this spot. Okay, if I just click on plus here, you guys can see I do have the first frame as my thumbnail over here. Okay, so I can do that. And if I want to change this particular setting, what I can do is I can just click here. As you can see, the timeline is the setting. Otherwise, I can just come here, okay, and here you guys can see if you want to expand all tracks, here you guys can see all the tracks are being expanded, okay. You just need to click on all of this, okay, and from here, if you want to customize video header, you guys can also customize the video header from here, okay, add or removing keyframes, okay. These are few options. Go to next keyframe, okay. If you want to reset this particular layout of this particular thing, okay, for the video format, you guys can do that, okay. So from here, you just need to click on reset layout, and once you're done resetting, you guys can just click on OK. So now again, I will come here, okay. So if you want to minimize all the tracks here, you guys can see I can also minimize all these tracks over here, okay. And always here as well, if I just want to increase these things quite a bit, I can actually increase these things a bit as well, okay. So now as you guys can see, I do have a different option. So if I just want to unmark anything, okay, so I can just unmark anything. And if you want to show the source clip name and the level as well, I will be able to view all of those things here as well, okay. So I will just expand these tracks, okay. This one also kind of looks good. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how you can actually use the timeline, okay. So I have just gone with the basic of timeline and how you can create a new sequence, okay. So you guys already know that this is a video track and this is the audio track. If you want to log this thing down, okay, you guys can log this thing down as well. If you want to mute this particular track, okay, so now if I just play this thing around, I don't have any music, okay. So if I just unmute this one, here you guys can actually hear the audio. Otherwise, you guys can check this audio panel out here. So with your space, you guys can actually pause this or play this thing up, okay. Or suppose you do have a number of audios here in your particular sequence, okay. In that case, what you can do is if you just want that solo track to be played, in that case, you guys can just click on solo. And if you want to give any voiceover record to a video, you guys can do from here as well, okay. So I do mostly use that one, okay. So you guys can use this one and check it out, okay. That is not that great for me, okay. I don't use that personally and I won't recommend that as well, okay. If you do have to do, you guys can actually give a voiceover. After that, you guys can come here and you guys can edit those things out totally, okay. And from here also, if you want to extend this or zoom in, zoom out while editing, you guys can also do that. If you want to expand the size of this thumbnail, you guys can expand. Or if you want to decrease the size, you guys can decrease the size from here as well. As you guys can see right over here. Okay, so if I just come down, okay, this is how it actually looks. Then see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorials. So now we are on our chapter number 4 and here I'll be showing you guys the usage of the selection and the track selection tool in Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you can use the selection tool which is available to us in our Premiere Pro, and also what is the usage of track selection tool, how we can use how we can basically do our work quite easily. Okay, in this particular application, we'll just learn the best and the basic ways to do the things efficiently in Premiere Pro. So let's not waste time and let's get started on using the selection and the track selection tool in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, I am here in the homepage of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So from here, what I'll do is I'll just click on the new project, okay? And now I will just name this one as selection and track selection. Okay, so I'll just name this one as the selection and the track selection. And now I will create a new page right over here. And as you guys can see, I do have this particular workspace over here. And now the next thing what I am going to do is I am going to go to my resource file. And from my resource file, what I can do is I can just import this total file over here if I want to. Okay, so if I will just open this thing up, okay, I can just click on this one and I will just open all these videos which I do have available, which I have showed you from where you guys can download. So now what I will be doing is, suppose I do have this particular set of video over here. Now I will show you by just putting 2 or 3 videos around here. Okay, so I will just put this video as well. Okay, and now what I can do is once I am there in my timeline, if I just click on minus from my keyboard, here you guys can see it is just decreasing the size. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have 2 videos. Okay, so sometimes what happen is, suppose I just want to put this video on top here. Okay, on top of this one. And again, what I'll do is I will put this video on this particular part here as well. Okay. So now if I just play this thing around, I am not able to see this particular video because this frame is just above this one. But in that case, if I just put... So when all these layers are over here, okay, so I'll be showing you guys first about the selection tool. Okay, so here in my toolbar, you guys can see this is my selection tool. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is V from your keyboard. So as you guys can see, I have played this one and now this one just comes above. Okay, so if I just unview this one, okay, so you can have basically different type of layers. Okay, so you guys can basically have a lot of layers. So using the selection tool, what you can basically do is you guys can move this thing around. And suppose if you want to move all of this, you guys can actually select all these things all together. And you guys can now move these things around. Okay, so this is one way of how you can actually use the selection tool. And using the selection tool as well, you guys can come up here. Okay, and you guys can also trim videos down, or if you want to trim back up, okay, you guys can trim this thing back up. Okay, so here as you guys can see on my cursor, now I can just trim this back up again over here. Now if I want to decrease the size, okay, as you guys can see, once I am trying to trim this thing down on my screen, I do have 2 screens over here. Okay, so it's just showing me that how much I am actually decreasing the size. Okay, so if I want to keep this thing somewhere like that, and on my screen or in my preview panel, you guys can see how much time I am decreasing or how much time I'm increasing. I can actually view that thing as well. Okay, so now you guys can see the total duration is around 25 seconds of this total video. Okay, so this is the usage of the selection tool. Okay, so if I want to select all these things, and suppose there is another way, if you want only the video, okay, and you want to delete the audio. As you guys can see, once I am selecting this particular set of video over here, this audio is also being selected at the same time. That means that both of this, the video and the audio, are linked together. Okay, so there is a way of how you can unlink that. Okay, so once you select this particular clip, or suppose if you just select this audio, that particular video which is linked over here is also being selected. So I can just right click over here, and if I just want to unlink this one, I can just click on unlink over here. And now, as you guys can see, if I just select this one, my video is not getting selected. Or if I just select my video over here, my audio is not getting selected. So I will just delete this audio from here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I can also unlink this thing over here. Okay, so this is another usage of the selection tool. And using the selection tool, we can actually select these things out. If I want to move this thing around, okay, I can just move this thing around over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am just moving these things around. Okay, so this is about this particular selection tool. Okay, so now if I am able to move this thing around, I can also move this thing around here as well. Okay, so now I am only able to select a particular thing over here. And if I just want to select more than one, okay, so I can just come here. Suppose I want to select all these frames. Okay, so for me, what I need to do is I need to, if I just want to select a particular track, okay, not a set of videos. In that case, if I want to select a particular track, so what are tracks basically? Okay, so we just need to understand what track is all about first here. Okay, so each and every line, as you guys can see, those are basically the tracks which I have. Okay, suppose I want to select each and everything what I do have here in this particular track. Suppose if I do have all these 4 videos in one track. Okay, suppose if I just bring this thing, and I will just bring this thing over here as well. Okay, so now what I can do is, if I just come here, and now this is called the track selected tool. Okay, so here I can actually select this one. And now, as you guys can see, once I have selected this particular track, I do have 2 cursors. Okay, so here as you guys can see, and the shortcut key for track selected forward tool is A. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have 2 cursors over here. Okay, so what I can do is, once I click, okay, suppose if I will just select the selection tool again. I will select this one again. Suppose I want to select both of this track, or if I do have a lot of tracks, suppose if I do have 30-40 tracks in a same sequence, in that case, if I want to select what all tracks I do have over here, suppose I just want to select only these 3 tracks, or all the tracks which I do have here, I want to select that. Okay, in that case, what I can do is, if I just click on this one over here, okay, you guys can see I can actually move all of this track all together. Now if I want to change the position, I will be able to change the position here as well. Okay, and now if I just select one track, okay, if I just want to select only one particular track over here, you guys can see if I just click on shift from my keyboard, okay, so I can just click here. As you guys can see, I am just only able to select this particular line. Okay, so I will only be able to select this particular line. Suppose I will just take these videos again. Okay, just to show you guys, let me just put all these videos somewhere over here. Okay, so let me put up this video here as well. Okay, So now what I will do is I will just take my selection tool, deselect each and everything, and now again select this particular tool, and now I want to select whatever is there after this particular thing. I want to select all of that. In that case, what I can do is if I just click on this one, all of these things which are after this one on my right hand side, okay, all of these things will be selected. But now, okay, I will come here, again select the selection tool, click outside to deselect everything. And now, again, if I select this one, okay, and now if I just click on shift, okay, and now if I just click here, okay, in this particular track, whatever videos or whatever audios do I, okay, here I will have only the videos, okay, so whatever videos I do have here in this track, okay, that thing will be selected. Okay, if I, sometimes it is linked as I have already told you. Okay, so to unlink that one, I will click here. I will go to this unlink option, and now these things are being unlinked. Okay, so I will select this one, and if I want to select this particular track, okay, only this particular track, I will click here, and as you guys can see, I have just selected this particular track over here. Okay, but in that case, if I just click here, all of these things, well, whether it is in the track number 1, 2 or 3, but whatever I do have on my right hand side is getting selected over here. Okay, and now I will be able to move this thing around all at once. Okay, I will be able to move the spaces around over here. Okay, and now again selection tool, and now if I just want to select all these tracks over here at once. Okay, so for that, again, I will select this tool, and now just click here in this particular track, whatever you want to select. Just click there, and everything, whatever you do have here, will be selected. And now you guys can move this thing around over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to move this thing like that. And now here, okay, let me make you guys understand about this track selection backward tool. Okay, so if you want to select the track selection backward tool, you just need to click on Shift A from your keyboard, and now here you can see the mouse have changed. So it will just do the vice versa over here. Okay, so if I want to select each and everything which is just in my left hand side, in that case what I need to do is I need to select this one. Okay, as this audio is being linked with this thing, okay, so I will just unlink this one over here as well. Okay, so I will select this one. Okay, so I will just unlink this one. Okay, I will unlink. And now what I can do is if I will select this one, and now if I click on this, here you guys can see only this part is getting selected. Okay, so here as you guys can see, all of these things are being selected properly. So I hope you guys have understood. Okay, and the same way if you wanna select anything backward, okay, then you just need to click on Shift. Okay, so here if you want to select this particular track, okay, so this here is being selected. So I hope you guys have understood this part of the Premiere Pro. It was quite easy to understand. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, and here I'll be showing you guys about the rolling and ripple edit in Premiere Pro. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you can actually use the ripple edit option, how it's quite helpful, how it is quite efficient to use. Okay, we'll be learning about all of this here in detail in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning the rolling and ripple edit in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can basically see, I do have different videos, okay, which I have downloaded, few from Pixels, few from Pixabay, and Vidivo. Okay, I have shown you guys about all of those. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to take few of the clips from here. Okay, so suppose if I come here, if I just play this thing out, okay, so I will just play this one, come here, and I'll just play a marking Okay, so I will come to this option. Okay, so now once it will just kinda disappear over here, and I will just give this thing a pause, bring it over here and mark in. And what I want to do is I want to only drag this video. Okay, so I will just drag this video here in my timeline, as you guys can see. And now I will take other videos here as well. Okay, so the same way I will just play this thing up, and from here I will just mark in, and over here I will just mark out. I will just give this thing a pause, take this one and just drag it over here. Okay, so I will just drag this thing right over here, and I will just take another video. Okay, let's see a preview of this particular video, and the same way I will just play this thing up. And as this one have an audio, what I'll do is I'll just mark it, and now I will again mark out to this point. I'll give this thing a pause, and I just only want to take the video. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have this particular video over here. So now I will show you guys the usage of the ripple edit tool. Okay, so the shortcut key for that is B from your keyboard. So if I just click on B from my keyboard, you guys can see I have selected this particular part. Okay, so before that, let me just select this selection tool. Suppose if I just trim this thing down, and now what I want to do is I just want to bring both of this over here. Okay, I just want to match this thing somewhat like over here. Okay, in that case what I need to do is if I just again go back. Okay, so the first thing will be I just need to trim it over here, as you guys can see on my screen. Okay, it's showing me the time as well. Okay, so I will just decrease the timeline that you guys can actually view it properly. So I have to do this thing over here. Now using my selection tool, what I have to do is I will select both of this over here, and now I can just bring this around here. Okay, I will just match these things. So using this particular option, okay, ripple edit tool, okay, you guys can do it easily. Okay, so let me again come here. Okay, let me take this particular frame over here. Now what I can do is once I do have this particular frame, now once I do have this ripple edit on, what I'll do is if I just trim this thing down, as you guys can see, it will just directly come back over here. Okay, so you guys will understand better if I just come here, if I just decrease the size. Okay, so I will just keep my playhead over here. As you guys can see, this is a 9-second 21 frames video. In that case, now if I just decrease or if I just trim this thing down a bit, here you guys can see I have decreased this many frames over here. Okay, so this is how this ripple edit basically works. Okay, so now I will be telling you guys about the rolling edit, and I hope you guys have understood this simple thing about how you can use the ripple edit option. Okay, so it is quite efficient when we're working with so many of the videos together. So these are some of the basic which will just save your time while working in Premiere Pro. Okay, so if I just want to select my rolling edit option, so what I just need to do is I just need to click on N from my keyboard, and here you guys can see once I have clicked on N, now I do have my rolling edit option over here. Okay, so now again I will just select my selection tool, and now let me show you guys what I need to do over here. Okay, so I'll just click on plus, and here you guys can see I do have this whole thing or this whole footage over here. And now as I have basically trimmed this thing up. Okay, so here I have just trimmed this thing up, and what I want is I want to just decrease the size of this thing over here. And as this video I have trimmed it before, what I want to do is I just want to get this video up till here. Okay, so if I want to do this, I just have to do it in 2 steps. But using the rolling edit option, I can do that particular thing easily using just few steps over here. Okay, so for that I will come somewhere around here, And what I can do is if I just come over here, I will just take my rolling edit tool. And now if I will just zoom this thing out somewhere over here, so it will just fill the gap, okay, of this particular thing over here, okay. So now the same way, if I just come to this side of it, it will just decrease the size of this thing over here, okay. So I will just keep my playhead, okay, it will just keep the timing the same, okay. So I will just decrease the size a bit over here, okay. So you guys can see that interchange between this thing is over between both of these videos only, okay. So as you guys can see, once I am moving this thing up, the size of this video which is here in the middle, it's decreasing. Same goes with this one. If I increase here, you guys can see this video size is decreasing, but this one size is increasing over here. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how you can actually use the ripple edit tool and also the rolling edit tool in our video, okay. So it is just quite efficient to be used, okay. So I hope you guys have understood this particular class over here. So see you all in the next chapter, where I'll be explaining you guys about all of these tools which I have available here in Premiere Pro. I'll be explaining you guys in detail that once you're working on a big project, it will be quite easy for you guys to work on this particular application. So once you're more familiar with this application, it will more easier to work on that particular application. Okay, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, and here I will be showing you guys how you can use the red stretch tool in Premiere Pro. Okay, I'll be explaining you guys about that, and I'll also show you how you can actually slow down your video, how you can reverse down your video. I'll be explaining you guys about these things here in detail. I'll show you guys about the speed and duration as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started on this chapter of using the red stretch tool in Premiere Pro. So now, as you guys can see, I am here in the workspace over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to take down some videos from here. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have this particular set of video, which I will just double click from here. And now from here, what I am going to do is I will just play this thing up over here. And I will just mark in point. Okay, so I will just mark in and let it come somewhere around here. And now I will just mark out these things. So now what I want to do is I will just drag this thing here in my timeline. So now what I will do is if I just click on R from my keyboard, okay, it will give me the red stretch tool. Okay, so here as you guys can see, once I have clicked on R, I do have my red stretch tool over here. And on my mouse, if I want to decrease or just decrease the speed, okay, or like I want to increase the speed of this particular frame, for that, simply what I need to do is once I do have my mouse over here, and as you guys can see, I do have my mouse when I do have it in the end, okay, or in the starting of any video, that time only it will show me this particular sign that I will be able to stretch this thing down, or I can stretch this thing up over here. Suppose if I want to increase or make this one quite slow, okay. So in the duration, you guys can see it's showing me that I have increased 6 seconds and 20 frames, and the total duration, okay, of my video is now 23 seconds, and I have increased 8 seconds on top of my original video. Okay, so now I have increased the size, and now if I just play it, here you guys can see this one is showing it is quite slow. Okay, so now again, if I just pause this thing over here and with my on my keyboard, if I just click on Control Z, now I am back again at the same place. Okay, so let me just show you. This is the normal video speed. Okay, so this is basically the normal video speed. But now if I will just decrease the size from here. Okay, so now if I come here and now if I play this thing up, here you guys can see now it became quite fast. Okay, so again I will just click on Control Z. So this is the usage of the. And let me make you guys understand one simple thing, okay? So basically, if you want a smooth transition, okay? If you want a video to be quite smooth, okay? Once you are decreasing or increasing the rate or the speed of that video, in that case, a lot of things depends on the type of camera you're using, okay? So there are a few cameras, okay? Which one I used to use? That one was basically 60 frames, or it was around 65 frames per second. Okay, so once I do take the video using those cameras, after that once I import that media, okay, that time it is quite easy for me to just if I just decrease the size or if I just want to make that a slow motion, in that case my video will look quite better. Okay, so it will give you a smooth effect. So this was about the red stretch tool. Okay, so there are other ways also how you can actually select the red stretch tool. Okay, so now if I just play this thing around, you guys can see how it is. Okay, so there is a guy walking around. So now what I can also do is I will just come here, I will just select my selection tool, and if I just right click, I also do have an option called speed and duration. Okay, so from here, the speed and duration option, here you guys can see, once it is 100% speed, that means that the speed is just normal. Okay, so 100% is basically normal. And now if I want to increase the duration, that means that I am just slowing my video down. Okay, so if I just want to slow my video down, here now you can see the duration is 20, and I also can come up over here, and now if I just click okay over here, you guys can see now if I just play this thing up, okay, so this one is quite slow. Okay, so I'll just go to the speed and duration again. So now what I can also do is if I just get it 50% and if I just click on enter, okay, so now if I just play this thing around, you guys can see this one looks quite slow over here, and I'll just pause this one again. Then what I'll do is again I will come here in the speed and duration option. If I wanna do the speed ramping over here, suppose I wanna do it 200%, okay, the speed. So you guys can see now this is just 7 seconds 10 frames. Okay, the original size of this particular video was 14 seconds and 20 frames. So now what I can do is click on OK over here. You guys will see that this particular thing is now quite fast. Okay, so now this thing is moving quite fast. Okay, so this is one way of doing this. And now if I want to actually reverse the video, okay, so let me just show you guys the video before this one. Okay, so how it is, the guy is moving from that side, and again he's just standing right over there. Okay, so now as you guys will be able to see that once I come here in my speed and duration option, okay, so I will click over here, and now I will just let my speed be 200%, and what I'll do is I will just tick mark this reverse speed option over here. Okay, so now if I just click OK, so my video will be played in reverse. Okay, so here as you guys can see, it will just play on reverse. Okay, so as you guys can see now, it will show me kind of like this. Okay, now as you guys have seen this particular video, okay, so as you guys can see, this is the video after I put on the reverse. Okay, and now again from here, if I just take this particular video and I will just only take the video right from here. Okay, and here if I just play the original video, I will show you how it is basically. Okay, so my first clip is that it was just being reversed. Okay, so you guys can see this is the original clip which I do have. So I hope you guys have understood how you can actually use the reverse option and also the speed and duration option, and how you can actually use the red stretch tool. Okay, so you just need to click on R. Okay, otherwise you just can click right click over here and you will also have the option for the red stretch tool over here. Okay, so I hope you guys now till now you guys have understood about these three things in detail in this particular tutorial. So we'll be coming down, we'll be learning about the razor tool, about the slip tool, okay, pen tool, how you can use rectangle boxes, why you need to use the hand tool and all. Okay, we'll be learning about all of these tools in detail in our upcoming classes. Okay, so take care everyone and just keep on practicing, keep on learning more, keep on practicing. Okay, whatever tool I'm explaining, just on a regular basis, just go through that once if you do have time. Okay, then see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on this chapter number 7 and here I'll be showing you guys the usage of the razor tool and how you can ripple delete. Okay, so here in this particular chapter I'll be telling you guys about the shortcut keys, what all shortcut keys can you use from your keyboard, and what is the use of razor tool, how you can actually cut down your videos smoothly if you do have multiple videos, okay, on top of each other, how you can select multiple of them and actually delete those accordingly. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on using razor tool and we'll learn about ripple delete. So here, as you guys can see, I'm here in the workspace of my Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so now as you guys can see in my this particular panel, okay, project panel, I do have a lot of videos. Okay, so now what I am going to do from here is I will just take this particular video over here. Okay, now this one is basically in my source panel and I'll just drag and drop this one here in my timeline. Okay, and now from my timeline, if I want to just increase the length, okay, so I'll just click on plus and here you guys can see, okay, properly, okay, how it actually looks. And now if I come here, okay, and I want to increase the size quite a bit, I can just increase the size quite a bit from here as well. Okay, so if I just want to decrease the size, but simply I just need to click on minus. So now just to simply select the razor tool or just give any cut, what you can do is you can just come here onto your toolbar and here you guys can see I do have the razor tool over here. Okay, so for that I just need to click on C from my keyboard. Okay, otherwise I can just click over here as well. Okay, so once I have selected this one, you guys can see over here that I do have my razor tool around here. Okay, so now if I want to give any cut to any particular place, what I can do is I can just give this thing a cut. Suppose I will just give this cut over here. Again, I will come here with my selection tool and now I can just delete this particular part around here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is just the basic way of how you can actually use this particular razor tool. So for that again, I will go back. Okay, so now again I do have my same clip over here. Okay, now what I am going to show you that how you are going to use the ripple delete option. Okay, so as you guys already saw that once I have put up a cut over here, okay, and if I just put up a cut over here like this, and now once I will delete this one, there is this particular gap present over here. Okay, so what I want to do is, for me, if I just want to select this one, I need to come here and I just need to join this with this other clip. Okay, but here there is another shortcut way of how we can actually work with that. Suppose now I do have this particular part. What I can do is I can just keep on this thing over here, and now I just need to click on shift, and if I just click on delete and shift, here it just applied the ripple delete option in my footage over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I just if I just go back again, so again I will just show you. So for me, I just need to click on shift, and after that if I just click on delete, here you can see there is a ripple delete option. Okay, so this is one way of how we can do that. Okay, but now I am going to show you guys the other ways of how you can work with all these things out. Okay, so for that, again, I will come to my videos around here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to add some of the footages over here. Okay, and using this one, I can basically trim this around here as well. Okay, so on my screen, you guys are able to see that I am just trimming this particular video down. Okay, so this is how I can just trim this thing down. And here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular frame over here, and as this one is on top of this thing, okay, so if I just come and delete this one, sometimes what in the later stages of this class, what we'll learn is we'll learn how we can actually put some titles, some text and all. So in that case, we will be, if we do have a text or something around here, and now we want to give those things a cut. Okay, suppose if I do have multiple layers over here. Okay, once you're working with a lot of it over here, suppose I do have this particular frame. Okay, so now if I just want to give this thing a cut, okay, so what I can do, so if I come here, okay, if I just take my razor tool, and what I can do is if I just click on K, so here I will just click on K. Okay, so it's Control K. So if I just want to cut it from over here, okay, so here I will just show you that suppose I have selected this particular track and I want to just cut it only using my keyboard. Okay, so for that I will just click on Control K. And as you guys can see, as I have selected this particular place over here, so it just gave a cut over here. Okay, so using Control K. But now the same thing here, if I want to cut all of these things out, okay, so all these things or all these layers which I do have here, so what I need to do is, if I just place my playhead over here, okay, so if I just keep my playhead over here, and now what I need to do is I need to select Control Shift, and if I just click on Control Shift and K, here you guys can see all the layers which I had over here just got a split around in the center. So here as you guys can see now, it got a cut here in the center. So again, I will just go back, Control Z, okay. So now I will also show you how you can actually give a cut and just delete these things out altogether. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is once I select my razor tool, and now once I click on Shift from my keyboard, you guys will be able to see now that I do have two razors. Okay, that means that every layers which I have over here, okay, if it's on top of each other, it doesn't matter that which one I am selecting. But here, using this razor tool, if I just give a cut, here you can see this whole layer over here is getting a cut. Okay, suppose if I am working with 10 layers, sometimes 15 layers, Okay, like we do have so many things. Okay, we are sometimes putting some effects, some transitions, and also different kind of text around lower thirds. Okay, in that case, I just want to cut that whole frame out. In that case, I can use this thing quite easily. Okay, and now what I can do is I will come here using my selection tool. I will just select this particular layer. Okay, and now if I just want to delete it, okay, so for that I just need to click on shift and I need to press on delete, and here you guys can see I just did a ripple delete over here. Okay, so using my shift and delete, I just did the ripple edit. So I hope you guys have understood this class as well about the razor tool and also how you can ripple delete. Okay, I tried to explain you guys each and everything what is there in razor delete. I have also showed you guys the shortcut keys of what all you guys can use around here. Okay, so, hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Okay, so in next class, we are going to learn about the slip tool and the slide tool. Okay, I'll tell you guys about the shortcut keys, what it exactly does. Okay, each and everything in detail, I'll be explaining you all. Okay, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on this chapter number 8, and here I'll be showing you guys by using the slide tool and the slip tool as well. Okay, so what does it do, how it actually works, why we need to use this, and also the shortcut keys to use these things. I will be teaching you guys all of these two tools in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how you can use the slide tool and the slip tool in Adobe Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, I am here in my workspace of the Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so now what I am going to do over here is I am going to import some media. Okay, so I am going to import some media over here. Okay, so first what I'm going to do is I will take this video from this particular source panel. Okay, suppose I will just take this video as it is from here. Okay, and maybe I will just decrease the size of this video quite a bit. I will just trim this over, and again I will come here, okay, in my videos panel. And from my videos panel, what I'm going to do is I am going to directly put this particular video. And now I will also drag and trim this thing down. Okay, so maybe I will just take 3 videos just to show you guys the difference between all of this and the usage of this particular tool. Okay, so now what I'll do is I just only want the videos. Okay, so in that case, I will come here and I will unlink this one, select this, and I will delete this one. Same goes with this particular footage. Right click on my mouse and go to the unlink option. Unlink it, select this one, click on delete, and now it is being deleted here as well. Okay, so now if I just click on minus, so here you guys can see I do have a total footage of 16 seconds and 8 frames over here. Okay, so that is the thing. So now as you guys can see, I do have a frame. Okay, I do have this particular video in middle. Okay, so let's see what video this one is. Okay, so I do have a video of a temple. I guess it's a temple, I'm not sure. Okay, so here it's a view over here, and the last footage is 2 of them riding bicycles. Okay, so now as you guys know, I will be talking about the slip tool and the slide tool over here. Okay, so simply from your keyboard, you guys can actually click on Y and U to get the shortcut key for the slide or the slip tool. Okay, so the shortcut key for the slip tool is Y. Okay, but first let me make you guys understand about the slide tool. Okay, so I'll be explaining you guys about the slide tool over here. Okay, so I'll come here to this particular footage, what I'm going to do is I will just decrease the footage size a little bit. And now I will just select all these three and I will just bring this thing over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this three footage. And now, as you guys can see, if I just click on view from my keyboard, this particular slip tool is now turned into a slide tool. Okay, so the usage of slide tool is, once you guys can see, once I do have this slide tool activated, I do have this kind of icon on my screen. So what I can do is, if I just want to slide this thing up, okay, so now if I am trying to slide it here in the right hand side on my screen, you guys can see I do have 4 frames. Okay, so as you guys know, my middle frame is basically there here in my screen. Okay, so as you guys, if you guys just look here on my preview panel, okay, so as you guys can see, if I just move this thing around, you guys can see how it actually works. So the first video which I do have on my screen, which is there in the left bottom corner, okay, so that video is basically the last frame of the first video. And on the right bottom corner, the frame where you guys can see 2 of them are riding a bicycle, there, as you guys can see, that is basically the starting frame. Okay, so that is the starting frame of my third video. And on top, you guys can see I do have 2 videos there as well. In that case, that one is the starting. On the left hand side, that is the ending of my the starting of my video. And here you guys can see on my top right corner, that one is basically my ending frame of the middle video. As I told you that I do have 3 videos over here. So now if I just keep this one over here, as you guys can see, this thing have slided this one. Okay, and make sure that when you're working with the slide tool or the slip tool, okay, so you do have a big video, okay, so that your video can be extended. And how you will be able to know that my video can be extended, okay, so if you guys just go back to the first chapter, okay, so where I have showed you that how you will understand, okay. So now, as you guys can see now, if I just increase the size over here, okay, if I just increase the size of this thumbnail, here you guys can see there is a small white icon in this top, okay. That means that I can't go more left, okay. I don't have any footage left over here, okay. So in the right hand, in this particular side, I can basically go, but not on this extreme, okay. No, I can go more further, but I can go backward to my video over here. So using this tool, it just gives me a particular time. So what it does is automatically it will just trim the first video for me, and it will extend the third video for me as well, okay. So I can just slip this thing out over here, okay. So as you guys can see, so this is how it actually works. Now it extended the third video and it decreased the duration of the first video over here. Okay, so there is no changes in this middle video. Okay, so this is about the slide tool. And now let's try to understand the usage of the slip tool over here. Okay, so if I just want to get my slip tool, then I can simply click on Y from my keyboard, and now here you guys can see this one is now changed to a slip tool over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood the usage of the slide tool. Okay, so let me just come here and select my slip tool. Okay, so slip tool is quite different. Okay, so now if you guys can see, okay, so it won't extend or decrease the size of this thing. What it will basically do is, now as you guys can see, if I am selecting the middle frame over here, Okay, so I know that I can, this one is a big frame. Okay, so this one is a big video. So let me just move this thing around over here. And as you guys can see, I can just extend it from here. And I can also extend this video from here as well. Okay, so I will just come over here. And now I can just extend this video. So I have just extended to its full extent. Okay, so now you guys can see that white signs. Okay, that means that I can't extend this anymore. Okay, so I will just decrease the size a little bit over here. And now what I am going to do is I do have this particular timing of this video, and what I will do is I will just put my video here on top. Okay, so I will just come here, put this video, and now I will put it over here. And you guys can see this is the starting frame. Okay, so here if I just come and if I just play this thing around, okay, so there is a small gap over here. Okay, I will just select this particular frame. I need to make sure that my snap is on, and I'll just align it over here. Okay, and now if I just try to play this thing up, here you can see now there is a smooth transition. Okay, so once there is a smooth transition, but here let me show you guys, let just look there in the first frame. Okay, so this is the first frame. Okay, so from here my this particular video starts. Okay, so if you want me to decrease the size a little bit over here, I can also do that. Okay, and I will just join this thing over here. Now, let me just play this thing for you all. Okay, so this is the starting frame right now. Okay, but using my slip tool, okay, what I can do is if I come here and now I can just change the starting point of this particular video. And once I click here, okay, so on my screen, you guys can see that I can't actually see the starting frame of the video, which is there in the left bottom corner. Okay, and in the right bottom corner, that is the ending frame of my video. Okay, so it is not actually changing anything over here. Okay, so I will just select my starting frame over here, and I am also selecting the ending frame over onto my left hand side over there. And on the top left corner, you guys can see that is the starting frame of, or the ending frame. Okay, that is the ending frame. And on the right hand side top corner, you guys can also see that is my starting frame of my third video. Okay, so now I have adjusted this one, and now let's see and let's play this thing out. Okay, so now you guys will be able to see that the starting frame over here have changed, and as I've showed you, now it will just disappear over here, and now it will start here over again. So for me personally, I didn't use that much of this slip tool and the slide tool. Okay, for me, I just used to do some cuts and all. If I do have to take any kind of footage, I'll use that. But as this one is present in Premiere Pro, I hope you guys should know that what is the usage of this particular tool over here. Okay, so I think I have carefully make you guys understand that what is the use of the slide tool and the slip tool in Premiere Pro. So I hope you guys have already understood and remember the shortcut keys. Okay, for slip tool it's Y, and for slide tool it's U from your keyboard, whether you're a Mac user or you are using Windows. Okay, make sure that you guys try to use this thing. Okay, if you just use once or two times, okay, you guys will be able to get a proper knowledge about these tools and how to use them at their best. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, and here I'll be showing you guys the transitions in Premiere Pro. Okay, so where to use the transitions, how you can use different tabs, how you can actually set up your default transition as well. Okay, we'll be learning about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started with learning transitions in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, I am here in the workspace of my Premiere Pro. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to import some videos over here. Okay, so I will just double click and I will just take some videos over from here. Okay, so let me just play this video. And now what I'm going to do is I will just mark in and I will mark out over here. Okay, and this particular frame, I want to put it here in my timeline. And again, I will come here. Okay, maybe I will take this particular video. And now what I'm going to do is I will double click this one and I'll just play this video up from here. Okay, so let me just play this thing up. I will mark in and here I will again mark out. Okay, so now this particular video, again, I'll come here and I'll just put this thing up. So and I'll just click on minus. Okay, so over here, I just want to add some transitions here in the middle. Okay, so simply what I can do is if I just click plus over here, so now I can just bring this thing right around here. And now in middle, once I am here in the center of both of this video, what I can do is here you can see I do have options if I want to apply the default transition. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have applied the dissolve transition. Okay, so from here as you guys can see, so now I can actually set the duration of the transition. Okay, so I can basically set the transition. So basically this cut over here, this one is also a transition, but this one is called the cut transition. And sometimes we do try to prefer that one. Okay, sometimes too much of transition, if we put, it will just make our video look quite dull and it won't just look professional. Okay, so sometimes we do try to use the cut transitions in many cases. Okay, but now here as you guys can see, I do have the cross dissolve as my default. And now if I want to set the transition limit, I can actually set the transition limit. So here as you guys can see, this is how it will do the transition, as you guys can see over here. Okay, so this is the cross dissolve one. So this is how it will transit over here. And now if I want to set the transition duration, so I can just right click once I am there in the transition and I can just set the duration. Otherwise what I can do is I will just select this one. Okay, so I will just click on this thing over here, right click. If I just want to clear this thing up, I can just clear this thing up here as well. Okay, but here I need to make sure that I am here in the middle, and if I just want to apply anything, I can just apply over here. Okay, so this is one transition which we can work with. Again, I will just apply the default transition over here. So what I can also do is from here, now if I want to start my transition work, in that case I just want to go to my editing workspace. Okay, so if you like to go to the editing workspace, I'm already over here. Okay, so you guys can actually create your own workspace as well. If you want to use your own workspace, you guys can edit your particular workspace, then save it down from here. Okay, so now what I can do is I just want my effects window. Okay, so I will come here and from here I will just click on effects over here. So as you guys can see in this part, I do have my effects over here. Okay, so I will just make it more visible to you guys. Okay, so here as you guys can see, under here, I do have the option for video transitions. Okay, so now if I come here to this one over here, okay, now if I will just increase the size right around here. What I can also do is I can just bring this thing here in the middle. Okay, otherwise if I just come here and if I want to center, cut it here in the center. Now here, if I just play this thing out, okay, so here you guys can see now the transition is quite different. Okay, so now again, if I just select this one, okay, so show actual sources, if I just click this button up, okay, so it will just show me that actual source over here. Okay, so this is about this one over here. Here you guys can check these things out. Okay, now if I just decrease the size quite like this, okay, we can basically work around with this frame over here. So I will just come to this frame again, and here you guys can see the cross dissolve one over here. And here there are other options as well. Okay, so if I want to align it, start at a cut, here you guys can see my transition will directly start from here. In my second clip at the starting, it will start. And if I select end at cut, then my transition will just end here at my this particular place, okay, at the cut. Okay, so if I just select this one, it is just ending at the end of my first clip. And if I come here, center, okay, so I am just aligning here in the center. Okay, so it will just give a blend over here. Okay, so now I will just come to my video transitions over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have a lot of these transitions out here which I can use. But here in the cross dissolve, as you guys can see, I do have a blue color box over here. So that means that this one is now the defaulted transition. Okay, so in any place, if we just come here and if we try to apply the default one, the cross dissolve will be applied. Okay, so there are a few of the other things. If you want to dip this thing to white, now if I want to set or select this one as my default transition, here you can see I can select this one as my default transition. Okay, so now what I can do is I will just select this thing up, and if I want to delete this, I can delete that one. And now again, I will just come here, right click and apply default transition. So now I will select this one, and here you guys can see I can actually check the start time and also the end time over here. Okay, so here you guys can see if I just do this thing quite like this, and also I will just decrease this frame over here. Okay, and now I can also just start them, cut it at the center. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so this one kind of looks like this. As you guys can see, this one is just dipping to white. Okay, we can basically work here with this one. And now if I just bring this over here and this one over here, now again, if I just use this particular transition, so this is how it will apply over here. Okay, so there are few of these things which we can use. If you want to tick mark this one, show actual sources, you guys can also do that over here. Okay, if you want to work this thing out, okay, so you guys can actually work this thing out over here as well. Okay, so if I just want to put it here in this part, so I can just put this thing here in this part as well. And now if you want to decrease the duration of this one, you can also decrease the duration if you just want to move this thing around. Okay, so I can just move this thing around as well. Okay, so for me, I don't like to put my transitions big. Okay, so I would like to keep my transition small. Okay, so it should transit quite easily. So now in the same way, if I just delete this one, I can come here in the dip to black option, and now I can also drag and drop it here in this particular part. Okay, so now once I select this one, I'll just select this center at cut. If I want to decrease the size, I can basically decrease the size over here, and now you guys will be able to see the transition once I play this one. Okay, so small transitions look quite great. Okay, so I'm not telling you that you guys have to do the same way, the way I do. Okay, but I'm just showing you guys the options, what all are available and what kind of things do I use when I do my video editing? So using my razor tool over here, okay, so let me just select this razor tool over here. Let me just put up a cut here, here, and here as well. Okay, so now I can just basically show you guys a few more of the transitions. Okay, so if I want to put more transitions, okay, suppose I will just select this zoom one over here. Okay, and I do have the cross zoom. So what I can do is I can bring and put this one right around here. Select my selection tool, and using this one I can just decrease the size of my transition. Okay, and now I can also select here, as you guys can see, this also gave me some instruction. Okay, image A zooms in, then image B zooms out. Okay, so here what I can do is I will just zoom this thing quite a bit over here. And now I will just zoom this thing out somewhere here. Okay, so I will just apply this one. Okay, let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so this one is quite small. Okay, we have to make sure that while we work on with this thing, so this is how it actually looks. Just to show you guys an example, I know that doesn't look quite pretty over here. Okay, so now again, I will come here to my slide option. Okay, there are different options. Okay, so what I can do is I can just take this band slide and I can just put it here in the middle. Okay, so anywhere if I have to do with the transitions. Okay, so I will come here, and now if I just play this thing, this is how the transitions looks like. Okay, so these are few of the transitions which you can actually use. Okay, a lot of options out here. So I can also put some other transitions over here. If I just wanna decrease the size, I can also decrease the size over here. Okay, so now let me just play this whole video out. So it is kind of looking like that. And that is the last transition here as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, this particular part, it became red. Okay, so here it became red because this one is not rendered. And now when I am trying to move this thing around, okay, you guys can see it is getting a bit stuck over here. Okay, so this one here as well, this one is also getting stuck. So for that, what I need to do just to render the preview, what I can do is if I just come here and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see it is just rendering the preview for me. And once the rendering is done, you won't be able to see the red line again over here. Okay, so now that red things turned into green over here. Now if I just move my mouse around, you guys are not able to see the stuckness here in my footage. Okay, so I hope you guys have now understood this particular class on how you can actually add different kind of transitions. Okay, so if you want to change anything over here, you guys can always come to this point and you guys can work these things out. Now as you guys can see, I have just selected this one. So this is how it kind of looks right now. If you want to trim this thing down, you guys can trim this thing down. If you want to trim it up, you guys can always trim it up here as well. Okay, so this was all about transitioning. So I hope you guys have understood this class, and now you will be able to add transitions in your video seamlessly. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, and here I will be showing you how you can understand the motion effects in Premiere Pro. So here we'll be understanding learning together the motion effects in Premiere Pro, which contains of how you can scale down if you do have 2 or 3 videos. Okay, here also you'll be learning if you do have a B-roll footage. Okay, I'll be teaching you guys about that. So we are just starting on with few of the advanced features here in our Premiere Pro. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on understanding motion effects in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, now I am in the homepage of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So from here, I will click on New Project and I will name this project as the Motion. Okay, so I will name this project as Motion. And now what I'll do is I will save this particular project and it will just give me a workspace over here. Okay, so first thing, I will be just importing few of the medias. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have few of these videos over here. I will just take all of this down and I will open it over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have a lot of videos around here. So first up, what I am going to do is I am going to take this one. Suppose I want to take this particular video over here, and now I will just place this particular video here in my timeline. Okay, so the timeline already created a sequence for me, as you guys can see here in my import options. So this is basically my sequence. Okay, and now what else I'm going to do is I'm going to take this particular video and I will put this particular video on top of this one. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have this video on top of this one over here. Okay, so now I will select this one and now I will right click and first I will unlink both of this because I don't want this audio over here. Same goes with this file. Okay, I will just unlink. And now what I'll do is I'll select this particular thing and now right click and I can just cut this thing over here as well. So now I do have two videos here, as you guys can see. So now let's try to understand about this B-roll footage over here. Okay, so for that what I need to do is I need to come here. First I need to make sure that I am selecting the file which I am going to work with. Okay, so now I will go to the effects control and I will just select this particular file. And here I won't be teaching you guys now about this opacity, time remapping, okay, or this blending mode. Okay, not all of this right now. I will be more focusing on the motion of this thing. Okay, so here I'll be explaining you guys about the positioning, the scaling, the rotation, and the anchor point over here. Okay, so for right now, you guys don't need the anti-flicker filter. Okay, we'll be learning about this one later. Okay, so this one is quite advanced. So I will just explain you guys about the motion in this particular video. Okay, so as you guys can see here in my project panel that I already do have this particular video right around here on my screen. So if I just want to position it, okay, so this one, if I just try to drag it here, okay, so it will just change the horizontal positioning over here, okay, and if I want to vertically change this thing, what I need to do is I need to take this one over here, okay, so if I want to bring this thing down, I can basically bring this thing down or up, okay, I can do that. If I just want to go back to the same place where it was before, then here I do have my reset parameter option and each one of these I do have it here, okay? For scaling as well, okay, I do have this thing over here. So what I'll do is I'll just reset the parameter and as you guys can see, now again it's back at its same position. Okay, so now here again it's just back again at the same position as you guys can already see. Okay, so this was about positioning. Okay, so like this, you guys can just move this thing up. Okay, so I will just keep this thing somewhat over here. And now what I am able to do is I will come here in the scaling option. Okay, so there are many different ways of how you can actually scale this thing down or if you want to scale it up. Okay, so now I will just show you guys the basic of how I can actually scale this video down or how I can actually scale this video up. Okay, so now if I just want to scale this thing more, as you guys can see, I can just scale this thing more or less from here. And now, as you guys can see, once I am doing that here on my particular screen, okay, it is changing proportionally. Okay, so why does it change it proportionally? Suppose you do want to do it proportionally. You just want to add some part or you just want to decrease this white part over here. Okay, you just want to cut this part. Okay, so in that case, what you can do is you guys can actually unmark this uniform scale option. Okay, so once I just change this thing right around here, now what I can do is I can just scale this one kind of like this. Okay, if I want to scale the height quite like this, and if I want to scale the width, I can also scale the width quite like this. And now if you tell me I just want to do it from my screen over here. Okay, so for that, first I will just select the uniform scaling option, and now what I'll do is once I have selected this thing, I will come here and I will double click. Okay, so once you double click on that particular video or the footage which I do have here. Okay, so let me just increase the size that you guys will be able to see this thing properly. So now if I just increase the size like this, you guys can see it will increase or decrease the size of this particular frame proportionally. Okay, so this we don't have to just click on shift. Okay, without shift also you guys can do, but if you just click on shift, there is no much difference. Okay, so there is no difference at all. As you guys can see, I am now holding on to my shift, but without shift as well I can just increase or decrease the size. And as you guys can see, once I am doing it from my preview panel, the values over here in my effects control motion panel, it's also changing. Okay, so now I can just place this thing accordingly. I'll tell you in next class how you can actually animate those layers. So I will be explaining you guys with the keyframes, like how we can actually make it appear like in an animated way. Okay, so I'll be teaching you guys about that one in next class. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if I just wanna increase it from any end, okay, as you guys can see, these are few of the points, okay, which I can use to increase or decrease the size of the frame over here. Okay, so now again, if I just come here and if I just click on this one, and now from here as well there is another way. Okay, this is how I can actually use this thing over here. Okay, so you guys can actually do it the way you want to do it. Okay, so there are different ways of how to do a simple thing. Okay, so you guys can choose which one is more convenient to you. Same goes with the scale height. Okay, I can actually increase the height kind of like this. Okay, so this is how you can actually work here in this particular place. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood about the positioning and also the how you can actually scale height or scale the width. Okay, so let's come to this rotation. Okay, so now as I have selected this, I'll just double click on this one. And now if I want to give this thing a rotation, so the first way is like this. I can just give this thing a rotation from here. As you guys can see, I can just come around here and now I can just give this thing a rotation. Okay, suppose I think, okay, I have just messed up and I want to change it again. So here what you can do is you can come here and just simply click on reset parameter and it will just go back to its same original position. Okay, so this is one way of just putting on some rotation. Okay, the other way is if you just drop this thing down over here, and here you guys can see there is another way of how you can actually give some rotation over here. Okay, so from here as well, if you want to give this thing a rotation quite like this. Okay, so from here as well, you guys can see the degree of how much you're rotating. Okay, so here you guys can actually give this thing a rotation quite like this. And if you want to go back to the same position, you can just go back to the same position here as well. Okay, so this is about the rotation, and I hope you guys are understanding over here. Okay, so now if I just double click on this particular icon over here, okay, so now if I want to scale this thing, or if I want to scale this thing to a particular position, okay, so this rotation also, I guess this one is also clear to you guys. Now you guys can actually rotate your image, or if you do have any kind of intro video, okay, you just want it for a small time, okay, so you guys can actually do that. And from here you guys can actually decrease the timing of this particular frame till what time you wanna play this thing, you guys can actually maintain that one. So now let's come to this anchor point over here. Okay, so now if you want to change the anchor point, okay, so here you guys can see I am able to change the anchor point from here. Okay, now if I just reset parameter, it's back again. So here, as you guys can see, in the middle of my B-roll footage, which I have just selected, okay, I can basically bring my anchor point kind of here. Okay, suppose if I want to bring this here in one corner, I can basically bring the anchor point from here. So now if I just put my anchor point over here, and now if I try to scale this thing up, here you guys can see I can just scale this thing up quite like this. And now if I do the uniform scaling, okay, now if I just increase the height, okay, here you guys can see this is the basic anchor point. So from here, it won't be moving, okay. So if I am scaling it down, it will just, if I'm scaling it up, it will just scale up from here, okay. So on this particular part. But once I had my anchor point here in the exact middle, okay, in that case, it will just scale down from the middle itself, okay. So from, it will just scale down in all the sides proportionally. Okay, but now here as I have put this thing here down again, okay, now if I try to scale this thing down, or if I just try to scale this thing up, it will just scale it up according to this frame, okay. And the same way, if I just keep my icon over here, okay, or my anchor point over here, and now if I try to zoom in, or if I try to scale it up or scale it down, here you guys can see from this side, it is scaling up or it is scaling down. Okay, so this is another way of how you can actually use your anchor points. Totally depends on yourself how you want to work this thing out. Okay, and now if I want to come to this particular positioning, I can come here in the positioning option. Okay, so in other classes, I'll show you if you just want to crop your footage down, how you can actually crop your footage down from here. Okay. So if I will select this frame over here, and now if I want to scale the footage down, okay, so from here I can basically scale my footage down kind of like this, okay. Now here you guys can see on the margins, I do have a black border, okay. So this is how I can actually work out. And again, if I just come to this footage again and double click on this one, and now I can basically place that here in the middle itself. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have all of these options over here, okay. And again, if I want to get my anchor point back in the middle, okay, so what I can do is I can just bring this here in the middle. Now you guys can see, again, it's back at its original position where my anchor point was. And now if I decrease the size, here you guys can see it is decreasing the size proportionally as I do have my uniform scaling on over here, okay. So now at this point, okay, you guys have understood about how you can position things down, okay. So this one is for the horizontal movement, okay, and this one is for the vertical movement up or down, okay. So this is about this thing. If you want to scale it down, you can do it from here. Otherwise, you guys can come here on our project window, and from here, you guys can scale this thing up or scale this thing down as well. Okay, and if you want to individually do the width and the height, you guys can also come here and you guys can actually do that from here just by unmarking the uniform scaling options. So for me, it's a personal opinion that whenever I'm using this particular set of work, or whenever I am trying to work in Adobe Premiere Pro and I am working with my motion, I make sure that I do have my uniform scale on, okay. Sometimes it will just scatter, okay. So I'll just show you guys an example. Suppose I do have this unmarked, and now I will just change the width kind of like this. So it is just distorting, okay. So the quality of the footage which I do have here, it's not good, okay, it's looking bad. So here for that thing, I always prefer that uniform scaling option is tick marked for me over here, okay. And if I want to give this thing a rotation, I can also give this thing a rotation over here, Okay, and suppose now you are done with your work. Okay, so you did the positioning, each and everything. Okay, but now you thought, okay, let me change each and everything at once. I don't want to change each and everything. Okay, so one thing is that you come here and click on all of these, reset parameter, each one individually. But if you want to change all the settings which you just have put in your motion because you thought of a new motion where or you're just told to do that one in such a way, in that case, directly, if you want to change the motion, the easiest way is just come here and click on this. Okay, so as you can see, once I have clicked on this particular thing down over here, everything is back at its own position. Okay, so again, I will just bring this one over somewhere here. Okay, and now let's see a preview of how it actually looks. Okay, so let me just play this particular video, and now that particular video will disappear and it will just continue. And if I want to work the same way, okay, I can actually work the same way over here with my panel. Okay, so now if I come here, if I just select this one, bring my playhead again over here, that I can view it in my preview panel. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on the motion effects, okay, from our effects control panel, how we can get access to that, different ways of actually working on with the positioning, the scaling. Okay, if you want to work on with the rotation, there is different ways how we can work on with the rotation. And now if you want to change your anchor point, okay, so from here how you will be able to check on with the anchor point over here. Okay, and if you want to take this on top, how you will be able to take this on top here as well. Okay, so now I will just reset this. For me, I prefer that my anchor point stays here in the middle. Okay, so if I'm just scaling things down or if I'm scaling things up, in that case, it will be proportional. Okay, and it should be in the middle. So that's what I feel. But in your case, you guys can actually do according to your need. It's not that I never used, okay, but sometimes for some cases, but in general, I would love to keep my anchor point here in the basic middle. Okay, so hope you guys have understood this particular class here on the motion effects. Okay, how you can actually get these controls. Okay, and once you start practicing, you guys will feel a lot better. And I have tried to tell you guys the different ways of how you can actually work on with the position, the scaling, the rotation, the uses of anchor point. So in the next class, I'll be telling you guys using these anchor points, how you can actually work on or animate those things up. Suppose I do have this particular frame, okay? So in next class, I'll show you that once I do have this particular frame over here, how it will appear and how it will just go away from my screen, okay? I will show you guys the control over here as well. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11 and here I will be showing you how you can animate with keyframes, okay? So in last class I have showed you guys how you can actually use the motion in your video, okay? But in this particular class, I'll be showing you how you can animate those in different ways. Then how the keyframe is quite useful over here. So we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning or animating with keyframes in Adobe Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the homepage of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So from here, the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new project. Okay, so I will just name this one as the keyframes. Okay, so I will just name this one as keyframes over here. And now I will create up a new project. Okay, so I will just click here on this create option. And now it will just redirect me to my page. Okay. Over here, this is basically the workspace which I'm going to use right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click over here And now, as you guys can see, I do have a lot of videos. So I will just open all of this thing up. And here, as you guys can see, I do have all these images over here. So what I can do is I will just import one here in my timeline. And here you guys can also see that particular thing in my preview panel. Okay. And now I will also take B-roll footage. Okay. So B-roll footage, which I will just keep here on top. Okay. So you guys can see now the size is quite more. So now I will come here and unlink this first. And I don't want this audio. What I'll do is I will just delete this particular audio over here. Okay. So now again, I want to import some music. So for that, I will come here. Okay. And now again, I will go to my resource file over here. Okay. And once I'm here in my resource file, in my audios, I do have an audio which I am going to put. So if I just want to get a preview of what my audio is like, I can basically get a preview if I just play this thing out. Okay. So this is the audio which I do have here. Okay. Now what I'll do is, as this one is the B-roll footage over here, now I will just select this footage right around here. And now I will go to my effects control panel. Okay. So for that, I will come here, and here, as you guys can see, I do have this effects control. Okay. So as you guys can see, this effects control, what I'll do is I will just position it accordingly. Okay. So I will just position it quite here on this side. Okay. On the right hand side. And I'll also scale this thing down a little bit. And I have also showed you, if you want to work it here in this particular frame, how you can actually work from your preview panel as well. Okay, so I will just keep this thing right over here. Okay, if I just select this one, and now if I double click, I can actually maintain the size or the place where I want to put this thing up. Okay, so now as you guys can see here, I do have a particular place. Okay, so now the first thing you need to know when you are trying to work with keyframes or animation, you just need to make sure that you use this toggle animation option. Okay, so here you guys can see an icon like a stopwatch. So this is the main thing how you can start your animation. Okay, so suppose here I want to add a keyframe. Okay, so as I'm here in the starting of my video, I do need to keep this playhead over here. And now if I want to start this particular animation, in that case, what I can do is I can just on my toggle animation from here. Okay, and as you guys can see, once I have on my toggle animation, there is a blue icon over here. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just play this thing up a little bit, or just bring my video kind of over here. Okay, so I will just bring this particular video kind of over here. And here, what I want to do is I want to change the positioning from here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, if I am just moving this thing out, and if I just bring this thing kind of down over here, okay, so now I do have a keyframe right around here. Okay, so if I want to select, or if I want to cut it, if I want to undo this one, what I need to do is I need to come to my keyframe. And with my keyframe, if I want to select all of the keyframes, which I do have here in my position, I can just select all of this here as well. Okay, see, the first one is also being selected right now. If I want to deselect, I can just click anywhere outside. Okay, so again, what I'm going to do is I will just bring this frame quite right here. And now, again, I will just change the positioning of my frame. Okay, so this is how my frame will basically work. And now, if I want to change each and everything, okay, if I want to go back to my same positioning, so I can do is I can actually select the reset parameter option. Okay, now I hope you guys have understood this part about the positioning and how you can actually work on with the keyframes. Okay, so let me just play it for you guys that you guys will be able to understand it in a better way. Okay, so here you guys can see the animation over here. So what I can do is if I select this individually, if I want to increase the spacing or decrease the spacing, I can basically do that. So this is how it will actually work. And now if I want to select all of this over here, and now I can just move this thing around all together here as well. Okay, so now if I just place it somewhere over here, you guys can see normal animation, which is right around here. Okay, so here as you guys can see, there is another option over here. Okay, if I just want to go back frame by frame, I can just go back frame by frame. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the icon if I want to go to the next frame, and here this is the icon if you want to go to your previous frame from here. Okay, so now again what I'll do is, as you guys can see, I do have my scaling option down over here. Okay, I have showed you guys the motion over here. Okay, in scaling, like if you want to increase the size of this particular frame, or if you want to decrease the size of your particular frame, what you can do. But now I want to add some animation to it as well. Okay, so I am going to add some animation over here. So what I'm going to do is I also need to on the toggle animation here on my screen. Okay, so the first thing I need to make sure that my playhead is at the start or wherever I want to start my animation with the scaling. Okay, so first thing you need to just on your toggle animation, and here you guys can see the options. Okay, if you just want to go to the previous keyframe. Okay, so right now I can't use this one. Okay, but what happens is once you have more than one animation, okay, or more than one keyframe, okay, in that case you can just go around to the previous or the next one. Okay, sometimes when we're working with animation, we do have a lot of keyframes which we do have to work with. Okay, so what I want to do is here in the first frame, I want to decrease or scale this thing down to 0. Okay, and I want to make it appear when it comes over here. Okay, and now as you guys can see, if I just click on shift, so here I will try to just come here. Okay, and if I was telling you, like if I just click on shift and if I try to move my playhead, okay, so as you guys can see, if I just click and try to move on this particular playhead here in my effects control, see, as you guys can see, I am just going from frame to frame. Okay, so now I am going to keyframes to keyframe over here. Okay, so I will come here, and what I can do is I can just bring this up somewhere to 50%. Okay, so I will just click on 50, and here I will click on enter, and here you guys can see this thing here have a cape. Okay, and now what I'll do is I will just come somewhere over here, and now I will just check, and I will just increase the frame size a little bit over here. Okay, and again what I am going to do is once I come over here, okay, in this particular keyframe, I can use my shift for that. Okay, again I will make it 0. Okay, like I want it to disappear. So as you guys can see now, if I just play this thing up, so it will just give me an animation quite like this. Okay, so what I can do is I can just select all of this all together, and if I just want to move this thing around, I can just move this thing around according to myself. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood about this position and scaling. Okay, and now if you want to give any kind of rotation, okay, to this thing, so for that what you need to do is again you need to on your toggle animation over here. Okay, and now as I am over here, okay, then I will just come to this frame, and what I can do is I can just give this thing a 360-degree rotation. Okay, so as you guys can see, 360 is just a full rotation. Okay, so instead of doing like this, I can just directly come here and I can just write 360 and I will click on enter. Okay, So now what I can do is it will kind of appear like that. Okay, so again, if I want to give this thing any rotation, I can also give this thing some rotation over here as well. But this was all about the keyframes. Okay, you guys can actually use it according to yourself, the way you want to use this. Okay, so this was about the keyframe, and there are a lot of things which we can do. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, how I do want my rotation over here. Will it be a linear one, Bezier, auto Bezier, continuous Bezier, hold it? If I want to put some thing like is in or is out. Okay, so let's see how it actually works. Okay, so it will just is inside. Okay, as you guys can see, and the icon here have also been changed. Okay, but if I just choose linear over here, the icon will go back to its same position. And I have already told you guys about the anchor point. Okay, and as I have not explained to you guys what is anti-flicker. Okay, suppose sometimes it depends on your video. Okay, so I didn't come across any video and I don't use much of this anti-flicker, but as this one is present in the Premiere Pro, I hope you guys should know about this particular thing and its usage as well. Okay, so in anti-flicker, basically, like if you do have a video where there is flickering effect in the video and there is too much of flickering effect and you want to decrease that, in that case you guys can actually use the anti-flicker, and the Premiere Pro application will just detect the flickering in your video, and from here you can decrease or increase the intensity of the flickering from here. So now, instead of video, okay, I have just showed you guys this thing with a video. But suppose you do have a logo or you do have an icon which you want to put in any side of your video, okay, and you want it to come in an animated way. Okay, I'll be showing you guys about that, how you can do that. So before that, what I need to do is I need to go to my Chrome, and I will be showing you how you can actually download from some icons. Okay, so this is a pretty good website which is known as the Freepik. Okay, so from Freepik, basically you guys will be able to download a lot of icons. Okay, a lot of assets here you guys can see. Okay, so I will just search for an icon over here. Okay, so I will just increase the size from here, and now I will just search for some icon. Okay, so I will just search for a ball and I will click on enter. You guys can actually search whatever you guys would love to from here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular icon. So over here, okay, let me choose this one and I will just take up the PNG of this particular thing, and now it is being downloaded here. Okay, and now again what I'll do is I will come here in my Premiere Pro, and what I can do is if I just double click over here, okay, so I just need to double click, and now I will just go to my downloads up from here, and I will just take this one here in this particular panel. And what I can do is I will just drag and drop this thing over here, and here you guys can see this particular ball which I do have here on my screen. So what I can do is I will just move this thing around, okay, from this side. And what I can do is I will now decrease the size, or I want it to appear quite smoothly, okay. So for that, I will just decrease the scaling. So from here, as I have scaled down, what I'll do is I will just on the toggle animation from here, okay. And as you guys can see, I do have my first keyframe over here. Okay, so I'll just move my frames somewhere around over to this particular frame. Okay, at 1 second, what I'm going to do is I am going to scale this thing up. Okay, so I am just going to scale this thing to 100%. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just write 100 and I'll just click on enter. And now at the same place, if I want to change or give this thing a rotation, I can just come here, I can on my rotation over here, and here, as you guys can see, I do have a particular warning sign. Okay, this action will delete existing keyframes. Okay, do you want to continue? So what I want to do is I will just cancel this thing. Okay, and now I will come here, and what I can do is once I do have this keyframe, and now I will come up over somewhere here, and now I will just give this thing a 360-degree rotation. Okay, so I will just give this a 360 rotation, and what I can do is I can just click on enter, and now you guys can see I do have this thing over here. And I can also do another thing, which is I can change the opacity down from here. Okay, so for that also, I will just show you how you can actually use that. And make sure when you're working with keyframes, if you do have this one over here, okay, just click on shift from your keyboard and just work around with your mouse. Okay, so now I will come here in the opacity option. I will just on my toggle animation, and here in the opacity, what I can do is I can just bring down my opacity to something around 50%. Okay, so I will just keep this around 50%. Again, I will just come here. As you guys can see, that one is rotating. And now here, I will give this one opacity of 100%. Okay, so I will just give this thing 100% rotation over here. And if you are familiar with Photoshop, okay, then you must be familiar with this blending mode here as well. Okay, so there are different kind of blending mode which we can use over here. Okay, so let's see what are the blending modes we do have here. So this is the dissolve version. This is the multiply one. Okay, and if you want to use the color dodge, here you can use the color dodge as well. Okay, and a lot many more. Okay, if you want to use the hue and saturation. So for me, what I'm going to do is I am going to use the color overlay. Okay, or I can also use the color dodge. Okay, so the color dodge looks quite good. So I hope you guys have understood. Okay, so let's just see a preview of how my video actually works. As this is a small video, okay, so just try to take a look. It's giving a rotation, and now here it is changing. So this total thing have changed. It's blending mode. Okay, so this is the start. It appears, rotation, and done. Okay, so here I have changed the opacity, and now if I want to change it or decrease it down, I can do that. Okay, if you want to go to the previous keyframe, you can come to the previous keyframe from here. If you want to go to the last keyframe, you guys can go to the last keyframe as well. And if you want to add any other keyframe here anywhere else, you guys can come here and just click here as well. Suppose if I am here in this particular thing, and now if I just click this one, it will be removed from here. Okay, so I will just come here. Maybe I will just go like 50%. Okay, so I will just go around 50% over here, and you guys can see this is how we can actually work out. So I can just select all of this, and I can select what I do want to use. Do I want to ease these things in or ease these things out? Okay, so these are different kind of effects which I can use on my keyframes. Okay, so these are a few of the advanced features. Okay, so now again what I can do is if I just play this thing around, rotation, and yeah, done. So I hope you guys have understood about keyframing in detail. And let me tell you guys, if you want to change anything at the end, okay, so every time you do have the option to just reset your parameters over here. Okay, if you want to change each and everything all together, you guys can click here on the motion. There is another reset parameter. You guys can go there and click on that one according to yourself. Okay, you can also change your blending mode. Suppose I just want to get my normal blending mode. Okay, then now if I play, here you guys can see now it is being changed to its normal placing. And the last thing what I'm going to do is once it will come somewhere around here, before my video ends, what I want to do is I want to just scale this particular thing down. Okay, or I just want to make it disappear. Okay, so once I am over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to make it disappear. Okay, so over here it will kind of disappear. If you want to change it, you guys can also change the spacing from here. Okay, so now let's see a preview of this whole video. So this is how it will disappear at the end of my video. So see you all in the next class where I'll be explaining you guys how you can actually use the pen tool in different ways in the Adobe Premiere Pro. So see you all in the next class. Keep on practicing, guys. Hope to see you all in my next tutorial. Make sure to join. Goodbye, everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now, here in this particular chapter, I'll be showing you guys how you can actually use the pen tool in Premiere Pro. Okay, so there are different uses, like you can create a lot of shapes, and as well as if you wanna make some changes in your keyframes, if you want to put that, okay, for smooth transitions and all. I'll be telling you guys the usage of the pen tool here in the Premiere Pro. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how to use the pen tool in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm in the homepage of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So from here, I will just try to create a new page and I will name this project as pen tool. Okay, so I will just name this one as pen tool, and now I will click on create, which will just create me a new project over here on my screen. Okay, so the first thing which I need to do is I need to just import few of the medias. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, I do have my resource file out here. And what I can do is I can just click on this and I can just open this thing up and just choose all of this from here. And now I will just open this thing. And the same way, if I want to make it a list view, let me just get it as a list view over here. And I also want to add some musics, okay? So I will just come here back again, go to my resource file over here. And I do have some audio, so I'll just input one audio right now, okay? So from here, now what I'll do is I am going to input some of the media over here to my tablet, okay? So I will just import some medias out here. Okay, so let me just import this particular media over here. Okay, I will just decrease the size of this one right over here. I will go to the source clip if I want to see this thing out. Okay, so I can just give this thing a double click. Over here, if I want to see this particular thing, I can just give a double click. As I have already explained to you guys about all the source panel and all of this thing here in detail, okay? So the next thing what I'm going to do is, as I have imported this music over here, okay, let's listen to this music, how it actually sounds. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular music over here. So what I can do is I want to just take the audio, so I will just drag this audio up. Okay, and here with my razor tool, okay, I want to give this a cut somewhere around here. Okay, so I will just give this thing a cut over here, and with my selection tool, I will just delete this particular part. Again, come to this video over here, take your playhead down at the beginning. Okay, so now where you can actually get your pen tool, okay? So here, this is basically the pen tool which you're going to use right now, okay? So pen tool is basically used if you're familiar with any other software like the Photoshop or the Illustrator, okay? Any designing software, okay? So in that case, you guys might be familiar with what a pen tool is, how it actually works. Suppose I do make a thing over here, okay? So now what I want to do is if I just want to go back, I can go back. If I want to go back again, I will go back again. So here, as you guys can see, I have made a point over here, and now I can just make a rotation or anything as such. The same way, I can just make a rotation over here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I can make different type of shapes. Okay, if I want to make different shapes around here. Okay, so here you guys can see And now what else I can do is if I want to add any keyframes, I can basically add some keyframes here as well. Okay, so what I can do is if I just come here, okay, select this particular selection tool, and now I can just position this one accordingly. If I just want to decrease the size, I will be able to decrease the size. Okay, so this is the usage of the pen tool right over here. Okay, so to view that properly, what I need to do is I need to come here and I just need to go to my effects control. Okay, so here what I can do is I can just select this particular graphic over here, and after that I will just go to the effects control. Okay, so here in my effects control, you guys can see I do have this shape 1. Okay, so this one is named as the shape 1. Okay, if I want to work on this particular thing more, what I can do is I can just click over here in this particular option. Okay, so suppose if I just come here again, okay, so let me just make a new shape. Okay, so let me just make a new shape over here, and what I can do is if I come and select this selection tool, okay, so here you guys can see now I do have another shape over here. Okay, so this is the shape number 1, and here it's coming the shape number 3. Okay, so if I want to work anything with this one, okay, so I can actually work over here in this particular shape. So I will just delete one over here, but I hope you guys have understood that how many shapes you add, okay, whether it's using your pen tool or any other tool like the ellipse tool or a rectangle tool. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that here as well. So what I can do is I will just delete this shape number 3, and I'll just come here and I'll just show you guys the options what are available over here. So first off, if I want to create a path, okay, so I will be taking a class on masking in the next chapter. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how this masking basically works. Okay, so here also you can just put on some animation. Okay, here in its appearance, if you want to change anything up, you guys can basically change this thing up over here. Suppose if I want to change the color, I can just change the color from here. Okay, if I do want to add some stroke, okay, I can just add some strokes. So for that, basically first off I need to just click over here. Okay, so now as you guys can see here on my screen, I do have a particular stroke all around. Okay, and now if you want to add any shadows here as well, okay, if I want to add some dark shadows over here, then I can just click on OK, and here I can basically add some shadows. Okay, so here you guys can see the opacity of the shadows. Okay, so from here now it's on 75%. Okay, and if I want to add any different colors, I can come up here, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of it which I can just work on over here. Okay, and here it's just telling me to choose the angle where I can put. Okay, so this one is basically the angle, and here also as you guys can see what might be the distance. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I am just able to show you guys the shadow over here. Okay, so basically you won't take a green color for your shadows, but to show you guys where the shadow is located, here now you guys can see it properly here on my screen. Okay, so basically I don't use that much of this things over here. Okay, so you can basically control it somewhere around here or from here on this side as well. Okay, so the options are basically quite the same. Okay, and here you guys can see if I just want to make this thing a little bit blur. Okay, so if I just increase the blur, you guys can see it's kind of fading out. Okay, and here you guys can see if I just want to increase the size, okay, I can just increase the size of the shadow over here, and this one is the distance as I have already told. Okay, so if I just deactivate this one, okay, it will be deactivated. I won't have any shadows over here. Okay, and now here they're asking me if I want to put up any stroke. Okay, if I want to put up any stroke, where do I want to put? So if you guys just notice at this part now, this one is outside of my shape which I have created. Okay, so there are different options. Okay, if I want it inside, okay, I can get it inside the circle or the shape which I have created. And if I just want it in the center, I can also get it here in the center. Okay, so you guys will be able to understand more if I just try to increase the stroke size from here. Okay, if I just want to increase the stroke size, I will be able to increase the stroke size from here as well. Okay, so here if I just increase the stroke width from here, and now if I just show you, if I want to place it outside, this is how it looks. If I want to place it inside, okay, so this is how it will look. And if I just want to put it here in the middle, okay, or in the center, that's how it's going to look. Okay, so now I will just turn off the stroke here again. And if you want to mask with shape, okay, we can also mask with shape. Okay, so there is another option. Okay, so we can also mask using the shape, which I'll be telling you guys in detail in my next class. Okay, so we'll be learning about that thing. Okay, so if you just come here in this right corner, okay, so here in the essential graphics option, here you guys can see I do have the shape options over here as well. Okay, so if I just want to put so many shapes all together, and then I can just create a group and I can just place all the shapes inside a group over here. And if I just want to create a new layer itself, I can also create a new layer. Okay, so if you just want to align it, you can align it according to yourself. Okay, so if you just want to move this thing around, hold that, move this thing around, you can do that. And this one is the toggle animation for the anchor point. Okay, I've already explained to you guys about the anchor point, and this is about the toggle animation for the positioning. Okay, so the same, this is scaling, some rotation, opacity. Okay, so now here you guys can see I can basically work with this positioning over here. Okay, so if you want to work on with the animation, you guys can actually change the position up here. Okay, you guys can increase or decrease the size of your graphics from here. Okay, so now if I just play, it will just disappear after some seconds, as you guys can see. Okay, I just made a random shape, so I know that doesn't look pretty, but to make you guys understand that what is the basic use of a shape, okay, and what is the use of a pen tool right over here. Okay, so in the same way, if you want to create any rectangle box, so here you guys can just take this, and what you can do is you guys can actually create a rectangle box somewhere over here. And with this particular tool, what you can do is you can just place this over anywhere. Okay, sometimes what you need to do is sometimes you just need to put on some details. Okay, so I will also tell you guys how you can actually work with all that. Okay, so I will just place this one over here. And now what I want to do is, as I do have this particular shape, so I will just delete this one. I will just keep this particular shape. And now what I want to do is I just want to work with this particular shape. So let me just get a color over here. I will just show you guys if I want to take any color from the nature itself. I can basically take some color, okay? So using my eyedropper tool, I can just get some colors. Again, if I want to change this thing, okay, I will just, I can first check things around over here. And whatever color I can just pick up, I can just take those things around here. So let me just take this color over here. I don't want any stroke. And what I want to do is like, after some time, okay, so now I do have this color over here. What I can do is I can just click here on the appearance over here, and I'll just add an animation. So after some time, when my graphics is somewhere over here, what I want to do is I just want to change this color, okay, to something dark. Okay, so I can just click here, okay. And now if I just see a preview of this thing, this is how it will actually look. So you guys can see the change in the color. And the same way, if I just click on this thing, I will be able to create some rectangle. Okay, so if you want to create some rectangle which is proportional, okay, in that case you just need to click on shift from your keyboard, go to your preview window, and now you guys can actually make a circle which is quite, or make a rectangle which is quite proportional. Okay, so from here only, if you just right click on your mouse, okay, you guys will be able to create some ellipse as well. Okay, so for now, what I'll do is I will just select this selection tool. I don't need this. I will just delete this particular thing right over here. And if you want to move this thing around, you guys will be able to move this thing around over here as well. Okay, so I will just keep this over here, bring this out. Okay, so this is how it is going to look. Okay, so if you want to make any changes, make sure you can come to that particular graphic, okay, and make changes according to yourself. Like if you want to put any text on top of that, okay, we'll be learning about text later, okay. In detail, we'll be learning about the text. So now, let's try to understand other usage of this pen tool. So now, I have already told you guys, like if you want to, so if I just want to increase the height of this particular tracks over here, what I can do is I can come here, bring my mouse, and I can just drag this thing up somewhat like this. Okay, so this is one way. Otherwise, what I can do is I will just select that particular track over here, click on Alt, and just bring your mouse up or down. Okay, so this is another way of how we can actually work this thing out. And I'll show you guys the usage of the pen tool over here as well. So for that, if you want to change the opacity, in that case, what you can do is if you want to add some keyframes over here to this particular frame, you need to come here in this timeline display settings, and you just need to click here. Okay, so here there are different options, but which one you're going to choose is you need to choose show video keyframes. Okay, so make sure that you choose this particular option. And once you choose this particular option, here you guys can see I can change the opacity. Okay, so there is a particular line over here. So now if you want to add some keyframes to it, what you can do is you can just take your pen tool, and once you're above that particular line, here you guys can see once I do have my pen tool, what I can do is if I just click on here, whenever I do have a plus icon, I can just click, and here you guys can see I do have those keyframes added over here. Okay, so using this one, what I will do is I will just decrease this thing over here, and now I will add another keyframe somewhere around here, and again here at the end, and I'll just drag and drop these things over here. Okay, so now let's try to see this is how it will actually look. And when it is time to fade this thing out, okay, so it will also fade out quite properly if you guys just try to notice. Okay, so this is how it will just fade out. Okay, so this is how we can actually work on with this. And from here, if we want to add any keyframes at any point, okay, we can actually work over here. Okay, now the same thing, okay, the same thing can be done here with this audio as well. Okay, so for that, first I need to just increase this thing over here, and now what I can do is if I want to add some keyframes, okay, I will just add one over here, and what I can do is I will bring this thing down, and I'll just skip this one over here. And now this one as well, I will just bring this thing down over here. Okay, and now I will just play this total thing up. So you guys can see this when I am transitioning the audio over here, okay, when I play. Okay, so now here also you guys can see it is just slowly fading out. Okay, so this is the work of the pen tool in detail. So I hope you guys have understood this class as well, like how you can actually use the pen tool, what are the different uses. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter where I'll be showing you guys how you can basically do masking. Okay, so there also you do have some options. Okay, so there basically you have the option of how you can use the pen tool for masking. Okay, so if you just click over here, okay, if I just come here on the shape, there is an option with mask with shape. Otherwise, if I come to this particular frame, if I go to my motion, and here in the motion, I also do have the option for masking. Okay, if I do use any kind of shapes or anything, okay, I'll be showing you the usage of masking in Premiere Pro. So see you all in the next chapter. Hope you guys have understood the usage of pen tool in detail. Then take care and goodbye everyone, guys. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorials. So now we are on our chapter number 13, and here I will be showing you guys how you can actually do masking in Premiere Pro. Okay, and what is the usage of doing masking here? Okay, we'll be learning about all of that here in detail in this particular class. Okay, so there are different ways how you will use the pen tool to mask. Okay, how we can actually explore the different options in masking. We'll be learning about all of that here in detail in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning masking in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Adobe Premiere Pro. So now from here, I will now create a new project and I will name this one as masking. Okay, so I will just name this one as masking from here, and I will just create a new project for myself to work on. Okay, so I will just import a few of the audios. So I'll just click on shift, and yeah, I have imported this too. And I will come down here, go to my resource file from the videos. Maybe I will take this one, and I guess I will take this one here as well. Okay, so I will just open this to videos. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you can basically mask. Okay, so for me, if I just click over here, I can basically change the name according to myself. Okay, if it kind of sounds familiar, okay, I can actually do that. So I will just take this directly because I don't have to see it here in my panel. Okay, so I don't want to crop it down, or I don't want to do anything. If I just want to do or crop it down, so I will directly do it somewhat from here. Okay, maybe I can just decrease the size a little bit. Okay, then I will take this particular video, and what I can again do is I will select this one, and now I will just move this over here. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of this particular thing here as well. Okay, if I just click over here. Okay, oh, I guess this is the same video. So I will just come here. Okay, I'll just take this particular video and I will just put this particular video here on top. Come here and I will just try to unlink both of this and take this thing, and I'll just delete this audio over here. If I want to decrease the size, okay, I will be able to decrease the size of this thing here as well. Okay, I will just make this one visible. But what I'm going to do is I am going to mask this particular thing out. Okay, so let's start learning about masking. Okay, so suppose if I do want to mask this part. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is I can just come here, select this one, and what I can do is I will just come here and I want to go to the effects panel. Okay, so right now here I don't have that effects panel. So for that, what I can do is I will come here and I'll make sure that I do have my effects control. Okay, so I will come here. Okay, I will just tick mark on the effects control option. Okay, I will just increase the size of this part over here. And now what I can do is I can just select this thing out. And if I want to scale this thing up, okay, I can just scale this thing up over here. And suppose I want to mask this thing. Okay, so first let me just scale this thing up properly. Okay, so yeah, I am done here with the scaling. And what I want to do is I just want to scale that part down. Okay, so for that, what I will do is I will just come here and I will just select this one. And for that, now I will come here in the masking option. Okay, so I will come here. I will just select this opacity. Okay, so here once I just drag down the opacity option, for me I don't need the motion right now. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have the masking option. Okay, so if I want to mask or just create some shapes to mask, okay, so for that I do have my pen tool. And here if I want to create any polygon mask, in that case I will be able to take this polygon mask over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I will be able to create some mask kind of like this. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have mask number 1. So what I can do is, well, if I just want to move this thing around, I will be able to move this thing around. And now if I want to increase or if I want to change any sides of this thing, okay, of this mask, I will be able to do that. Okay, so if I just want to mask any part or anywhere, if I just want to put this thing, I will be able to do that using this particular option. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I can just bring this thing down over here. And now suppose if I do want to mask this particular side, okay, of my frame, so I will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, suppose if I just come here and I will just select this corner. Okay, I can just come somewhere over here. And now this part, I will be able to mask this thing properly. Okay, so we do have to do it according to ourselves. Okay, how we want to do that from here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have just created the mask. Okay, so if you just want to see, so if I just click here, like if I don't want to see that frame, so here you guys can see to this particular frame, I have just masked this particular part. Okay, so this part of the scene I have just masked over here. And as you guys can see, I have used the rectangle. Okay, and in one particular frame, basically you guys will be able to add more than one mask. Okay, suppose if I already do have one mask. Okay, but I want to create another mask. So here you guys can see I am able to create another mask here as well. And now if I just click here outside, okay, so this is how it's going to look. So now again, I'll select this one. And now I will just select the mask number 2. And here, okay, so I will be able to make some changes quite like this. Okay, if I want to do that, I will be able to do this thing from here as well. Okay, so under masking, you guys will be able to see that I do have 4 different options. Okay, so the first one is mask path. And the second one here is the mask feather. And this one is the mask opacity. And here I do have the mask saturation. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, I do have a lot of options. So I'll show you guys the usage of each one of this over here. Okay, so if you guys just look here on my screen right over here. So let me just choose the mask number 1. Okay, so for now, let me just delete this mask number 2. I was just showing you guys that one. Okay, so let me select mask number 1. And here, you guys can see like the mask feather is basically this particular points which I do have it here. Okay, so here you guys can see now the mask feather, or basically the opacity around here in the corner where I have created, it's quite more. Okay, it's quite a lot. So in that case, now what I can do is, if I just want to increase the mask feather, here you guys can see the mask feather here, it's kind of changing. Okay, so if I want to increase the mask feather, in that case I can basically increase the mask feather somewhat like this. And here this is the opacity. Okay, if I want to change the opacity, or if I want to increase it, or if I want to decrease the opacity, I can do that, as I already do have a frame just behind this one. Okay, so I can just create some things like this. So if I just want to keep it 100%, I can just keep this thing 100% over here. And now this one is another thing. Okay, so if I just want to use this one, I can basically use this over here. As you guys can see, I can just keep this somewhat over here. If I just want to reset this particular parameter, again I can reset this particular parameter over here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have another option over here, which is known as the inverted. Okay, so as you guys can see, if I just click here in the mask, okay, so this particular part, this one is my mask number 1. Okay, so this part I have just masked. Okay, so invert means like if I just want to change or the positioning, the part which I have not selected inside my masking, that part will be selected in the masking, and the part which I have selected right now, that part will be automatically deselected. Okay, so now if I come over here, if I just click on inverted, here you guys can see this is just the total opposite. Okay, so now if I just play this thing up over here, okay, so now I will just play this thing up. So this is how it's actually going to look. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this thing is kind of going to look like this. And if you come here, if you don't want to do it, if you don't want to invert this one, you guys will be able to do that over here. Okay, as you guys can see, now I will again select this mask number 1. And here, the mask path is like if you want to go back or forward. Okay, so like if you want to change the mask position, okay, you guys can do that. So from here, for that, I will just need to click on this toggle animation. And what I can do is I can just select this particular mask over here. And now I want to change the positioning. Okay, so I will just keep this thing over here for now. And again, I will just come few frames forward. Okay, so with this one, what I can do is I will just bring this over here. And I can just move this thing around somewhere like this. Okay, and again here you guys can see I do have this particular animation on, so I can just click this one. Okay, if I just want to copy anything, I can do that. So let's see a preview of how this thing actually works. Okay, so this is how it will actually look like. Okay, so here in this particular background, I do have only this thing. Okay, so here in this particular position, I can also add some keyframes. Okay, so here is the mask feather. Okay, so in this part, what I want to do is I don't want any feather. Okay, so I just want a sharp edge cut. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a sharp edge cut over here. So for that, what I'll do is I will just on the toggle animation. And once I come to this part over here in this corner, so if I just want to go to the same keyframe, so here as you guys can see, if I just click on shift, I can just directly come here. And now what I can do is I can just increase the feather somewhat like 160 is quite fine. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I have added this one here as well. Okay, and now what I can also do is if I just come a bit over here, okay, so I can just come here and I can just select this one. And after coming this further, okay, so if I just want to go frame by frame, in that case, what I can also do is I can just click on shift and I can just click on my arrows. Okay, so it will just take you 10 frames forward or like 5 frames each time. Okay, so here you guys can see it's going 5 frames forward, 5 frames backward. Okay, so here I can just come, okay, and I can decrease the opacity kind of like to 55. Okay, so here let's see a preview of how this actually looks. Okay, so this is how it's actually going to look like. And lastly, I'll be showing you guys about the this particular option over here. Okay, so now what I will be able to do is, suppose I will have this one over here, and what I can do is lastly is I will click on the toggle animation for this mask over here, and once it comes somewhere around here, I can just come and I can just decrease this totally over here. Okay, I can just decrease it totally over here. Okay, and then I'll just come here in the last frame. Okay, so I will just come here in the last frame, select this particular frame around here, and I will just come to the last frame around here, and I can just move this thing or this particular keyframe here in this last place. Okay, so now let's see a preview of how this thing actually looks like. Okay, so now you guys will be able to see that it will kind of disappear quite like this. Okay, so now if you want to invert this whole layer, I guess you guys will be able to invert the whole layer as well. Okay, but here as we were talking about masking, I hope you guys have understood how you can actually mask around this. So here there are a few other options which you can use while you're working. If you want to adjust this thing, you guys will be able to adjust this thing here as well. Okay, so now you guys can come here. If you want to choose anything, you guys can basically choose this thing out. Okay, so let me just play this thing up somewhat kind of like this. So this is how it will just disappear over here. So I hope you guys have understood this class on masking, and I hope you guys will be able to work on with this one over now. Okay, so using this one, what you can also do is from here, okay, you guys can actually select any particular track and just mask backward. Okay, so you guys can do that. And here if you have selected any mask, okay, you guys can go backward. Okay, and if you wanna go to the previous keyframe, you guys will be able to go to any previous keyframe which you have selected over here. And if you just want to add any keyframe to this one, you guys will be able to add. Okay, if you just want to go to the next keyframe, see, I will be able to go to the next keyframe. And if I want to go to the previous keyframe, I can go like that. Okay, and from here also, if you want to do some tracking, okay, you guys will be able to do that. So from here you guys can see, if you want to position these things out, you guys will be able to position things out from here. So you guys can choose what you want to do. Is it only position or position and rotation? Okay, or you just want to position it, scale it, and you also want to add the rotation here as well. Okay, or you guys can come here and just click on the preview option. Okay, so for me, I just want to select this one, and I will just unmark this preview option. So I hope you guys have understood this class. Then see you all in the next chapter. Bye everyone. and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, and here I will be showing you how you can use the text tool in Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, so using the text tool, you guys can actually add some text around. Okay, if you want to work with all this thing, how you can change the color, how you can change the positioning, play around with the keyframes. I'll be explaining you guys each and everything in detail here in this particular chapter about text. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how you can use the text tool in Adobe Premiere Pro. So I'm here in the home page. So from here, I will just name this thing as text and I will create a new project. And from here, I will just import a single media. Okay, so let me just import this media. And after that, let me just import this particular thing here in my timeline. Increase the size kind of like this over here. Okay, so now what I will do is I am going to add some text here to this particular frame. Okay, so I'm just increasing the size quite a bit as you guys will be able to view it properly. So now here I do have created a sequence as well. Okay, so what I can do is I will come somewhere here, and as you guys can see, I do have the option of type tool around here. Okay, so the shortcut key for selecting type tool is T from your keyboard, whether you're using a Windows or whether you are a Mac user. Okay, so now what I will do is once I have clicked on T, I can just come here in my preview window, and as you guys can see, once I am there in my preview window, in that case I do have my type tool ready over here. So here I can just actually click, and now you guys will be able to see that I can add a different text. Okay, so if I just want to type, suppose if I just type Bangkok, okay, Bangkok, Thailand. Okay, so I will just write this one because I am just showing you guys how to make a lower third over here, and you guys can actually do it the way you want. So using my selection tool over here, I can just increase the size kind of from this side. If I want to change the width, I can actually change the width here as well. Okay, so make sure of that particular thing. If I just bring this here in the corner, I will be able to bring this thing down here in the corner as well. So now what I can do is here, as you guys can see, I do have the option for the text, okay, here in my effects control. Otherwise, I can just directly come here in my essentials graphic option. So from here also under my text option, okay, I do have all of this over here. Okay, so the first thing which we look onto text is basically what kind of text or font style we are using. Okay, so here you guys can come up and you guys can look around different text type. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a different text type over here. Okay, so now I will come around here again. Okay, do I want to use, or if I want to change the size from here, okay, I can basically change the size from here. Okay, so here this is the source text. If I want to use the toggle animation, okay, I can also use the toggle animation kind of from here. Okay, now if I just make the size kind of big, and I will just come back over here. Okay, so now I will just select my text again. Okay, so text tool, come here, and you can write Bangkok, comma, Thailand. Okay, so I will just write this, come here, and I can just select the type of text I want. Okay, so I will select this one, and I'll just delete this layout, come here. Okay, drag this down, and now you can select what kind of font you're gonna use. So let me just take this particular font, and now I can just increase the font size. Okay, so from here, if I just want to increase the font size, take my selection tool, I will select this, and maybe what I can do is I can just place this thing around here in the corner. Okay, so now what I can also do is I will just come here, I will just select this one, and now if I just bring this thing quite over here, like this particular playhead, which I do have. Okay, so here, this particular playhead, I can just move this thing around. And now if I just increase the size, I can kind of do things like that. Okay, so let's see how it actually looks. Okay, doesn't look that pretty. If you want to change anything up, okay, you can just change this thing up over here. Okay, but I was just showing you guys an example. So I will come here and I'll just delete this keyframe, and from here as well, I will just come here, select this, and I'll just delete this keyframe as well. I'll just off this toggle animation. Okay, so this one is about the alignment. If you want to align it to the left, if you want to align it here in the center, you guys will be able to do that. And if you want to align it to the extreme right, you guys will be able to do that here as well. And this is just the tracking. Okay, if you want to increase the tracking, okay, which is the spacing between the letters, okay, you guys will be able to do that. And this one is the kerning. Okay, so if you do have two lines, in that case you guys can do that. Okay, so I don't have any kerning over here. So to use the kerning, what I can do is I can just come here, select this one, and suppose I will just select a particular word. So now I want to just use the kerning. Okay, in that case, so here you guys can see the spacing between the letters. I can actually maintain that. Now what I can also do is, suppose I will just select outside. Okay, and I will just select this total thing. And if I want to actually give this thing a slant, I can use that. If I want all these things in small caps, I can do that. Okay, so here if I want to add some subscript and all, I can also work with those things out here. Okay, so here there's a baseline shift. Suppose if I do select a particular word, suppose if I just come here and I will just select a particular word. Okay, not this whole thing out, okay? But I just want to select a particular word. And now what I want to do is I just want to shift it from the base, okay? I will be able to kind of do like this. So here, if I now click outside, okay, if I just come here, you guys can see this how this particular thing kind of looks like. Okay, so the D is not quite aligned over here. Okay, so this is another thing. And here, this one is the tab width. Okay, so I can just increase or decrease width from here. Okay, and now this is if I want to type it from left to right, and if any case I need to write it from right to left, I can use this thing over here. Okay, so let's come to the appearance over here. If I want to change the color, okay, I will be able to change the color from here. Okay, so if I want to choose some colors, I can basically choose these colors from here. Okay, I will just click here, okay. And if I want to add any background to it, okay, I will be able to select the background, and I can just select the transparency of the background. So first off, I can change the color of this one. I will just click on OK. Here you guys can see. Okay, and if I just want the rounded corners for this one, I can just come here and I can select the rounded corners. Okay, then this one is the size. Okay, if I just want to increase the size a bit, I will be able to increase the size a bit. And now if you want to add any shadows, you guys will be able to add some shadows over here. Okay, so at what angle do you want? So for me, let me just take 180 degree, okay, and 75% width. And now let me select a different color. Okay, so let me take yellow, quite like this, click on OK. And what I can do is I can just select this thing from here. Okay, so here you guys will be able to see. So this is here, you guys can see the one. And now if I just want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size quite from here. Okay, so from here I can just change the blur effect. Okay, just to show you guys, I am trying to give you guys this thing. Okay, but basically I don't want any shadows over here. Okay, if you want to add any strokes, I have already showed you how you can actually add a stroke. So a white stroke with this particular thing kind of looks good. And here in the effects, as you guys can see, in this prefix over here, okay, I do have, when I come down, I do have the option for transform, like I do have the same thing, the positioning, scaling, rotation, opacity, okay. But here in my video, if I come to the motion again, okay, here also I do have the same thing. So this one is only for the fonts. Okay, if I just want to work out with the fonts over here. So now if I just on the toggle animation, okay, so if I on this one, so the first thing or the first frame which I want to choose is I will come here, select the selection tool. Okay, selection tool right over here. And what I can do is I will just bring this thing somewhat around here. Now take this thing few frames forward. Okay, so I will just take this thing few frames forward. And now I will select my selection tool again. And I will just come here, select my selection tool. And if I just want to bring this thing again, okay, so I will just come here and I will try to bring this thing over to this particular place. Okay, so I will just bring this thing over here and again select the selection tool and just delete this particular thing. Now let's see how it actually looks. So now if I just play, this is how my box will basically appear. Okay, so this is how it will appear and it will just disappear after some time. So we can also add some rotation. And what I can also do is after this point, what I want to do is I just want to change the opacity. So what I can do is I can just on the opacity of this one over here. Okay, I will just cancel this one. I will just keep 100%. And now once I come to this point, what I'll do is I will just make it 0. Okay, so now let's play this whole thing around. Okay, so it will kind of appear like this. And now it will just quite disappear like this. So I hope you guys have understood this particular part on how you can actually work on with the text. Okay, and here in this particular graphic option, if you just want to increase the size, okay, you guys will be able to do that. If you want to decrease the size, you guys will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so there is that option here as well. Okay, so now if I just come down, I can also explore a lot of things. So here also if you want to mask with the text, okay, I can also mask here. If you want to invert things out, if you want to mask only the fill place, I can do that here as well. But I'll just turn this on for now. But I hope you guys have understood. So in next class, I'll show you once you're done with your keyframing, okay, once you're done with these things, how you will be able to export your media. Okay, so I'll be showing you how you can export. Then see you all in the next chapter. Till then, Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Premiere Pro Essentials tutorial. So now we are on chapter number 15, and here I'll be showing you guys how you can actually export and also render in Premiere Pro. Okay, so once you're done with each and everything, I'll show you guys different options of how to export and render your file. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started with this chapter of exporting and rendering in Premiere Pro. So here, as you guys can see, now I am back at the previous chapter which I was working on with the text. Okay, so from here only I'll be showing you guys how you can export and also render here in this particular application. Okay, so suppose you do want to export the whole video which you do have here in your timeline. In that case, what you can basically do is you can just click on I. Okay, so suppose you want to start it from here. Okay, so I is basically for mark in, and what I can do is I will just move my playhead along over here. Suppose I just want to render it till here. Okay, now I can just click on O from my keyboard. So here you guys can see this particular part is being selected. So now what I can do is if I just come here into my file option, so from here now if I try to import, okay, in that case I will be able to export only this particular part. Okay, so this is about in point and the out point over here. Okay, and now if I want to manually set this thing up, I can just manually set this thing up from here. Okay, if I want to decrease it from this end as well, I can do that. Okay, so can just come up over here. So suppose I just want to export the whole thing over here. So for that, I will just come here into my file option. Okay, so I just need to come here and select it. Then from the file, what I need to do is I need to go to the export option. Okay, otherwise I can just click on Ctrl+M from my keyboard and I will just go to the media. Okay, so once I am here in the media, it might take some time to load things up. Okay, so here you guys can see there are different options. If I do want to directly upload this video to any platform which are over here, so I can just click on. Okay, and now I will be able to actually directly upload my file. Okay, but I don't usually do that. So for that, if you just own this one and just link your Facebook account or your YouTube account, you guys will be able to do that. So from here, you guys can see I have already selected the place where do I want to save it. Okay, so I can just come here and I can just particularly save this particular file. Okay, so these are a few of the presets which I can use. Okay, so the format is H.264. And here on this side corner, you guys will be also be able to see a preview of your video. Okay, so from here, you guys will be able to see the preview. So for video, you guys do have different settings. Okay, so from here, you do have different settings. If your video do have some audio, okay, you guys can actually check the audios, okay, sample rate and all. You guys can check things out. Okay, if you do have captions, you guys can actually add captions for effects. Okay, so there are many things which you guys can look up over here. Okay, and once you're happy with each and everything, okay, you guys can just send this to the media encoder or you guys can just click here directly. Okay, so I'll just wait for it to get exported. So here you guys can also see the time. So I'll just wait for it to get exported. So here now I have just exported this particular file. So now let me show you guys that file. So for that, what I need to do is I will come here in my resource file. Okay, so here I do have this thing. So what I can do is I can click here. And as you guys can see, I have exported this particular file. So this is how it actually looks. Okay, so you guys can actually use this thing up to export your media. So I hope you guys have understood this whole tutorial from the starting to the ending. So take care everyone and keep on practicing your video editing skills, and I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your class projects which we have throughout this whole tutorial. See you all and take care everyone. Hello guys, so this is the time for our class project, and this is the class project 1. Here I'll show you and we'll do add text in Premiere Pro together. So let's see first what all steps we need to follow to add text in Premiere Pro. So here you guys can basically see I do have the name of the class project as adding text in Premiere Pro. I do have a description, and also you guys can refer the outcome. But for me, I'll directly go to the steps. So the step 1 is create a new project. Step 2 is you need to import your video in the timeline. Okay, I have shown you how you can do that. Go through my video if you do face any issues, and you guys can reach out to me as well. And the step 3 is select the text tool from the toolbar. Step 4 is write your text in the preview window. Step 5 is manage the text option from the effects control panel. And the step 6 will be save the file, then upload it in our project panel. So I'll show you guys all the steps, what all you need to follow over here. Okay, so let's move on to that. So yeah, this is the home page over here. First step is creating a project. Okay, so I will just name this one as class project 1. And I will just create a new file over here. Double click to this one. This is the step number 2 where I will be importing my media. Double click here, or the next step is just importing the media here in your timeline. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this thing here in my timeline. So I have created a sequence here as well. So now I need to select the type tool from here. And what I can do is I can just bring this thing over here, and I can just type Cape Town. Okay, so I will just write Cape Town, South Africa. Okay, so I will just write South Africa. And once I am done over here, what I can do is I can come here, select my selection tool, and I can just keep it here in top. Okay, so now the next thing is what I can do is I will select this particular text. I can just drag it up however I want and go to the effects control, just pull this down, and from here I can select what type of text style do I want. Okay, so there are a lot of options which I can choose from. Okay, so I will just select something from here. Okay, so here you guys can see the different samples which are available. So I will just keep this thing over here, bring this thing down. Okay, if I just want to increase the size, I can just increase the size quite like this, and I'll put this one over here. So in place of appearance, maybe I will just give this thing a dark color. Okay, so I will just give this thing a dark color over here. And now, I don't want to use any background, but here I will use a nice stroke. Okay, so I will just use a nice stroke over here. And in this case, now I will also use a dark color shadow. Okay, so if I just want to use any gradient, I can just come here. Okay, I can just choose the linear gradient. And from here, what I can do is if I want to change the angle, okay, I can basically change the angle somewhat like this. Okay, I can just click OK over here. And from here, in the shadows, what I can do is I can just change it quite like this. Okay, and if I just want to change the opacity to 50%, I can change the opacity somewhat like 50% over here. Okay, everything else looks good to go. If I just want to blur this thing around, I can just blur this thing around. If I want to transform it according to yourself, okay, I can also transform it. Okay, so I will just change the opacity from here. Okay, I will just keep this thing, bring this thing somewhere around here. Okay, and I will just change the opacity. Okay, so from here, now I will just make the opacity 0. So yeah, this thing is done. And if I just play this thing around, you guys can see it will just go away. So once I'm done, what I'll do is I will come here in the file, and from here, what I can do is I can just save this particular file, or I can just import. You guys can basically just save this file in your system. Okay, so maybe I will just save it here in my resource file, class project 1. And once I have saved this thing, I can just upload. You can just upload it in our project panel. So hope you guys have understood this class project. I'll be waiting for you guys to send me a word that I can check those things out, see your keyframes, how you guys have worked those things. Okay, you guys can add a lot of things more. But if I just show you each and every step, it will be quite a longer video. Okay, so you guys can use the transforms, okay, positioning, scaling, rotation, anchor point. If you do have any doubt, you guys can actually recommend my videos or go back to the tutorials where I have taught you about animating, because there I have explained you guys all of these things in detail. So see you all in the next class. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project number 2. And here I'll show you guys how you can add transition between videos. Okay, so from where you guys will get access to that. So I'll just show you guys the steps as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started with the steps, what all you need to follow. So here you guys can see I do have the name of the class project as adding transition between videos. And I also do have a description at the outcome, but I'll directly go to the steps of what all you need to follow. Step number 1, create a new project. And the step number 2 is import your video into the timeline. Okay. And for step number 3, you need to go to the effects panel and select the video transition option. Okay, and the step number 4 is going to select the appropriate transition according to your video. And step number 5 is going to be saving the file and uploading it into a project panel. So once you're done with your video, okay, you guys can upload that particular video or that particular file into a project panel that I can check those out and get back to you guys. Okay, so let's see what all we'll be doing here. So here in this home page, I will click here and now I will create a new page. Okay, so new project over here, I will name this one as class project 2 and I can just click here, enter. And the next thing is importing my media. Okay, so maybe I will import more than one videos. Okay, so maybe I will take this and with control I'll select this one as well. Okay, I will just take this too. I will open both of these up. And what I can do is I can just put this thing over here and this things over here as well. Okay, so I will just take this one and now I will just put this media somewhere over here. First I will keep this thing over here and bring this one and now take this video over here. So I will just unlink this one first. Okay, and once you have unlinked, just delete the video right down here. If you just wanna decrease the size, select both of this, just add this thing over here. So you guys can see I do have this particular video right down here. So what I can do is I can just come here And if I just right click, if I want to apply the default transitions, I can apply the default transition over here. But instead of that, what I'm going to do is I will come to the effects panel from here. And here you guys can see I do have the video transitions option. Okay, so from here, I will go to dissolve. And as you guys can see, for now, where do I have this blue thing? Okay, that means that this one is my default transition. But I will just select the cross dissolve. And what I can do is I can come here and I can put this here in the middle. Okay, so from here, now what I'll do is I'll select the selection tool. And now if I want to select the duration, okay, from here I will be able to select the duration. If I just click on OK, I will just click on OK. So let's just play this thing and see how it will transit. Okay, so this is how it basically do the transition. Okay, so I will just cancel this one, go to effects control, and from here I can just select this thing out. If I wanna increase the size somewhat, I can increase it. I can just align it wherever do I want. So now I do have put this one at the center. Okay, and from here if I just click here, you guys will be able to see the actual source. Okay, you guys can work things out to this panel over here as well. And now if I just want to increase or decrease the panel size over here, I will be able to see this transition. Okay, so from here I will be able to see the transition quite like this. Now if I just play, so here you guys can see the cross dissolve transition. So I hope you guys have understood how you can actually add this thing up. And if you just want to clear this thing, you guys can come here and clear it out. So once you are done, you guys can come here, go to the file option, go to save as, and just save it wherever you feel or wherever you are actually saving your file. Okay, so once you're done with that, save that file and upload it into our project panel. Okay, so I have just showed you guys with 2 videos with 1 transition. You guys can add music to it. You guys can actually add a lot of things here as well. Okay, but if I just stretch this thing out, it might take a lot of time. You guys can use effects. Okay, you guys can use audio transitions. You guys can use different video effects and some of the presets as well. Okay, so take care everyone, and I hope you guys will send me your work that I can check those out and get back to you guys. See you all, take care.